Oh god, hang on a sec. Hello. Hello. Sorry, had my mic setting a bit mixed up there for a minute. Anyway, yeah, happy 2025 and stuff. Despite the fact that my last stream was a console game, I'm still not used to streaming console games. Let's pop over to my Wii screen for a minute. So, yeah, I figured Path of Radiance last year was a lot of fun, so I decided that per, like, the last stream I did where I streamed me just trying to kill Giga Bowser in Melee and spending 2.5 hours just to accomplish that, figured why not just go live with the sequel to start off 2025. This game's huge for me. It was actually my first Fire Emblem game, and, well, I'm kind of hoping I can share with people why. This one's a little bit polarizing just because of, well, we'll get into it and then I'll explain. Glorious. Hang on one sec. Yeah, okay, I think audio's good for now. Let's just get into it. As soon as I can... Bloody censor bar. Thankfully for this game, we don't need it, but I'm gonna shut up for a bit because, yeah, this is... Well, this intro needs to be seen to be believed, and... Hold the Wii remote sideways while playing. Joke's on you, I have a GameCube controller, it's just not plugged in. Sorry about that, I just had to drink that in. Just let that play. Anyway. It's one of my favorite intros, basically, of all time. There's a fair amount of nostalgia behind that, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't really care. Like I said, this was my first Fire Emblem game, so I'm allowed to wax nostalgic over it. Is this game perfect? Well, no, but it's a hugely ambitious title, even more so than Path of Radiance, which was the main jump to 3D for the series. They kind of went all out in terms of what they were trying to accomplish with this. I would argue that this is, next to probably like Three Houses and a couple of other titles, one of the most ambitious titles in the series. So, a bit of a preamble for this. As you can see here, well, hang on, is this? Oh, hang on a minute. I might have to go to intermission for this because I honestly don't remember what I have to do here for it, and I don't want to screw this up. If I do start chapter, I think this is just going to load back into a new save file. Now, yeah, so for starters, we now have 6 save slots instead of 5. Great change. Okay, there's bigger ticket stuff, but first off, this is a game that actually is very beneficial to be playing on a New Game Plus save file for a couple of reasons that I'll get into later. But I hope to God this doesn't boot up the epilogue, because yes, load Fire Emblem Path of Radiance clear data from the GameCube memory card. If you load clear data, some of your allies will grow stronger, and you'll be able to view support conversations from Path of Radiance in the library. So, I currently still have inside of my Wii the same clear data file that we had back when I played Path of Radiance, including all the support conversations and stuff like that. This is going to be important later, as it says there. I'll get into why later on, but just for now, kind of take note of the fact that this does cause a couple of interesting changes, which is something that is, well, frankly, I don't think the series has ever done something like this since. Granted, Fire Emblem doesn't always do direct sequels, at least not in the way that they did with this game, so we'll load this up. And yeah, as you can see here, Epilogue Hard Mode and Epilogue Maniac Mode, this is a bit of a misnomer. Yeah, what I want here is, wow, I actually just recognized the font is clipping on the chapter select and stuff like that. You can kind of see it here. I didn't know, I've never seen, like, this import screen, if I'm being honest. We want this Maniac Mode clear. Because that's the one that we had back in the day. It's also got the 2 in front of it. This is also, like I said, it's a misnomer because the Maniac Mode in the English release of the game is actually just the regular hard mode in the Japanese version. I kind of went over that a little bit briefly, but we're going to want this file. Also, if you do this for whatever reason, make sure that you don't have any easy mode saves on here. The game does not recognize what those are, and it will freeze. Like, full tilt. That has been a game-breaking bug that's just been... It's like a hard crash game-breaking type bug that's just been in the game forever. And this was in, what was it, 2009? So, yeah, it was right at the dawn of being able to patch this stuff out, and frankly, Nintendo couldn't even do it because I don't think Nintendo Wi-Fi Connection had that functionality. Honestly, I don't even know, like, the DSi might have been the first system to have system updates that could be downloaded over Wi-Fi. I don't know if it was the DSi or 3DS that had that first for firmware updates. Anyway, I'm rambling. Let's go ahead and load this up. Now, as for difficulty, this is, if you came from Path of Radiance, this is already something that I mainly dock Path of Radiance for. This is also a mistranslation from the Japanese version. Here we have easy, normal, hard. This is, if you were playing if I was playing, for instance, the Japanese translated version, I would see normal, hard, maniac, which is more in line with what the rest of the games in the series have. We're going to be playing on normal. I played Path of Radiance on the hardest difficulty, but there were a couple of reasons for that. The first being that game's easy enough on the regular difficulty setting, and of course there was stuff like Berserk Ashtar and stuff that I wanted to see that I never had before. The problem with, Sorry, there's a couple of things that are preventing me from doing this in Radiant Dawn. First off, Radiant Dawn's jump in difficulty, especially right out of the gate, is huge, and we'll get into that very, very shortly. Also, there's some issues that I take with the hard mode in Radiant Dawn that are just baffling decisions. First off, there's no weapon triangle in a game that is designed to work with the weapon triangle in place. That's annoying on its own because it makes things like axes or maybe some of the new weapons that I could show off just comically inaccurate because they normally would depend on weapon type advantage in order to gain that extra hit and avoid. The other issue, and the bigger problem I have, is you can't check enemy ranges. Well, you can by hovering over them, but you can't, like, toggle them to keep them on, like, on the, like, map grid and stuff like that. That decision is so baffling, and I don't understand why it's in the game. Also, there's no, like... This game has a soft save state system, which is very welcome, but... hard takes it out. It just leaves you with the normal suspend feature. So we're going to be going with normal for what is going to be my third playthrough of this game, because it's just that good. I played through this twice as a kid because I just loved it so much. Anyway, let's go. Part 1, Silver-Haired Maiden. And I believe there's a cutscene first. Prologue Under Gray Skies.
Find anything?
Not yet, sir. No.
Someone's gotta be here. Keep looking.
Sir! We're wasting our time. There's no one here.
I know I heard something.
Hush, Yune. Please, don't cry. If they hear you, you'll give us away.
Who's there?
Is it the Dawn Brigade?
No, it was just a bird.
Ha ha ha! Thought we didn't see you?
Look, silver hair.
If it's the fortune teller, we'll be heroes. Without her, the Dawn Brigade is nothing.
Oh, the General's going to love this.
Sir.
Listen up, lass. If you don't want to get hurt, don't struggle.
He's not alone! Got you now.
My eyes!
Good job, Micaiah. Let's go.
Right. Yune!
I'm sorry, I was trying so hard not to crack up there, but for whatever reason, the "Isn't the Dawn Brigade" line just fucking kills me. I try not to talk over cutscenes, but we'll get into some of this game's quirks a little bit later. For now, I've got more cutscenes. Something must have happened to him. Don't worry, he'll be here. Hey, I have an idea. Micaiah, why don't you use your farsight to see when Leonardo will arrive? Edward, you know that's not how it works. I foresee some things, but I don't get to choose what I see. I was just teasing. Still, Leonardo's never late. Something must have... Help! Someone, help us! Bandits! Bandits are attacking the town. Run away! Who knows what the police will do if they catch you? Where's the Imperial Occupation Army this time? How can they keep the peace when they're nowhere to be found? Who? The Benioff soldiers? They don't care a lick about us. We lost the war and they won. We're nothing about it. They're only interested in chasing down the Dawn Brigade. They let the real scoundrels run wild and brutalize us. They're worse than useless. We'll be glad to help you. Just find someplace to hide and leave those bandits to us. And don't worry about us. We happen to be members of that same Dawn Brigade that the Benioff troops are so interested in. What? Really? You guys are in the Dawn Brigade? Wow, my friends and I talk about you all the time. You? You're just children. Oh, now Dane's fallen. Children forced to fight and steal for the good and poor. But we can't fight the rogues, so we'll take you up on your offer. Please be careful. They'll slice clean through you if they get. Listen up, you louts. This town is nothing but idiot kids and drooling greybeards. Steal everything you can. I assume there's a yes boss in this one. Yune, it's dangerous here. Go find someplace safe for now. So, welcome to Radiant Dawn, and more importantly, welcome to the Dawn Brigade. Let me just hit the start button real quick so you can see this. We got a bandit problem, as per the usual in a Fire Emblem game, and we have, 2 guys. More importantly, if I can show the commander screen, defeat condition, any ally dies. Yeah, this isn't too atypical, although I'm pretty sure even in, like, the early chapters of Path of Radiance, you could have allied units go down, and, like, they'd appear in cutscenes and stuff, but you couldn't use them, so... Yeah, we've got bandit problems, and there's a lot of them, and we only have 2 units. Thankfully, we have weapon triangle at disadvantage, but we gotta talk about these guys first, because if it wasn't obvious from the intro, this game takes place sometime after Path of Radiance. I believe it's 3 years. In fact, I think I'm just actually gonna get started here. Eddie here's got pretty good stats, and these bandits have atrocious stats, including their defense, so we're just gonna sock it to them, as it were. So it's a time after the events of Path of Radiance, and while Dayan were the aggressors in that conflict, it's pretty obvious that, like, obviously they've been worse for wear, because I rolled through their country and beat the tar out of them. That conflict united everybody against Dayan and their king, but now over the course of those 3 years, reality set in a number of ways. The biggest one being, this place sucked. Hehehehe, a girl like you fetch a pretty penny from me. Now be a good girl and come to Papa. What did you say? That better not have been an insult yet. Huh? I think she's telling you to go off yourself, but since you're not capable of doing that, well... Oh my god, critical! Well, add that to the pile of unnecessary crits. Well, as Soph said in the intro, good job, Micaiah. No matter the manner of man, the goddess judges with an even hand. I was about to say, I know that language, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So, welcome to the rhythm of this chapter. These guys are nice enough to attack us in a fairly even manner, and, they just kinda line up for public humiliation, and we give it to them. I'm just gonna make absolutely certain, yeah. These guys also carry bronze weapons, which are pathetic. I don't know if they were in Path of Radiance at all. They might be a new feature. That being said, they're nothing to write home about. For whatever reason, this game added a tier worse than Eddie here's Iron Sword, and yeah, wow, things are really in my favor. My goodness. I'll get into what those arrows mean in a second, but I was just checking to make sure. It's a matter of just softening up units for Micaiah to subject to being blinded by the light. I guess I'll I'll have to go over every single unit in this game like I did with Path of Radiance, but each thing in due time. Okay, so, might as well go over the units that I've got here, since I think I want to put Edward right here, and then he'll get attacked on enemy phase, and then, now that I've done that, should be able to put Micaiah right next to him. So, actually, let's talk about Micaiah first. So, if it wasn't obvious from the cutscene, this young lady, or not so young lady, if you want to get into the lore, is our main lord for this part of the game. Even though she has no authority at the moment, this is kind of important. A unit's command level, actually, wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. That's a bit of a weird mechanic. I guess I'll go over Micaiah as a unit first, because as a light mage, in fact, the only light mage in the game, she's the only user of light magic that isn't bound to the clergy in any way. There were users of light magic in Path of Radiance, but not only were they few and far between, they were all bishops. So this distinction alone kind of makes her a bit special. What's also special about her is, good lord, this woman is a glass cannon among glass cannons, and that's if you get lucky. Being one of the only units in the game that starts at level 1 first tier, Edward, for instance, here starts at level 4. She's got a pretty steep uphill battle to climb, and you kind of have to feed her kills, especially early on, because if it wasn't inherently obvious, she's got 2 defense, and if she has 2 defense and 7 speed. These bandits kind of suck, but as we get into the later parts of even this part of the game, you're going to notice that if Micaiah gets into direct combat, or even combat with any unit that can counter her, she's going to die. Her durability, especially right now, is below wet tissue paper levels, and it doesn't get much better as the game goes on. But she has quite a few redeeming qualities. First off, light magic here is low might but high accuracy. It's been considerably expanded out from being kind of a niche option that it was in Path of Radiance, where you only had, I think, the Shine Tome and Nosferatu. It was very strange. You also had Rexora, but that was an enemy-only tome unless you found a way to steal it, which, good frickin' luck. That said, though, there's a multitude of new options in this school of magic for Micaiah to exploit. It is weak against arcane magic in the actual magic tree, though. It is strong against dark magic, though, which is a new addition to the series. Or a new addition to this game, I should say. It's been in the series forever, it just wasn't in Path of Radiance. Oh, and I can poke you? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Another nice benefit of this is that I can just do this. The initial light magic tome that Micaiah starts with isn't great, but trust me when I say there are some pretty good options later. Oh my god, okay, Eddie. I see you. Micaiah! Leonardo! How did you find us? A little bird told me. Yours, in fact. Bird. What were you two thinking, taking on these bandits alone? That's beyond reckless. I'm sorry, Leonardo. We couldn't just leave the helpless villagers to these monsters. Please, help us fight them. Anyway, I guess I'll go over Edward and Leonardo here for a sec as I get Leonardo into the swing of things here. So, I guess these two, more than anything else, are kind of I'm actually gonna... I think I only need to move forward 1 tile here. Yeah, I think I will. These two that just, well, including Leonardo who just joined us, are a symptom of a bigger issue that I think most people have with this part of the game. This chapter is not inherently a very good example of it, but, I'll go into Edward's stats screen to explain this second. as you can see here, Edward's got only 5 defense. His stats are pretty average for a Myrmidon at this point, but that 5 defense, pay attention to that, because that's actually going to be a big, big issue later on. The main problem that he's got is that he's a pretty typical Myrmidon and because this is a Fire Emblem game, we're going to be fighting a lot of lance-using soldiers and armor knights in the foreseeable future, so he's already got to worry about weapon triangle disadvantage. Couple that with 19 HP and 5 defense, and yeah. His durability is admittedly above Micaiah's, mainly because he's got a whole 3 points of defense on her and a couple of levels to boot. But you've got to be careful with this guy, at least initially. But he's got plenty of room to grow and train and stuff like that, so if you get good level ups with him, there's no reason to not keep using him. He's decent on the whole, but there are other sword masters later in the game, which of course is the promoted class from Brigade. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself there. Speeding skills are deadly in combat, as it says. So, yeah, so our choices are a glass cannon among glass cannons and a unit that's only marginally more durable. And you might be thinking that, well, Leonardo's an archer, that can't be much better, right? And yeah, to some extent, you're right. In fact, Leonardo has the same problem that a lot of archers do in the Fire Emblem series, which is their bows are great at attacking from long range, but good luck having them last very long if they get into melee combat with, well, anybody. Leonardo does come with a Draco shield that you'd be tempted to use on somebody now, but don't. Trust me on this one. None of these characters are worth this item. More perplexingly, just like, honestly, here's the thing. The Archer class line, including their promotions, are actually considerably buffed from their Path of Radiance counterparts. Snipers in this game? Awesome. Awesome, awesome class. And if Leonardo does get to the point where he can promote, he's actually pretty good. The problem is that it is a long, long slog to get there. Because his base stats are only average at best, and while his growth rates are... Actually, I don't remember what his growth rates are, but... It's an awkward and rough road getting there. I'd rather train up Micaiah because, at the very least, I know for a fact that, like, for instance, she's an 80% growth in her magic stat, which is easily her most important stat, and 15% growth radiant defense, but we don't have to get into that. Whereas with Leonardo, like, it takes a lot of effort, and honestly, having 2 units that have that designation, and 1 unit that can barely hold his own in enemy phase if he gets unlucky, yeah. Like I said, these bandits are not a good indication of how low Edward's durability is. We're going to have problems later. There's no getting around it. That being said, I guess Edward will heard me talking smack about him a bit. I'm getting to this. That's just... I've been saying it lately. Anyway, we got an herb. Healing items have also been expanded out, so... Now instead of just vulneraries and elixirs, we actually have a multitude of new options. Hit an entire game. So, yeah. The other problem, I guess, with Leonardo is that, like, I couldn't really use him for much of anything on the first turn, because while we've kind of been cooped up here, dealing with, well, these guys, there's not really much action left on the map. Edward and Micaiah have already taken care of the first 4 units, and if we try to, you know... Oh, wow. Actually, that's a lot better than I expected it to be. Honestly, yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and do this. Just to show him off here. Honestly, it's an Archer and a Fire Emblem game. What else do you want me to say about it? Now we're in a bit of a conundrum here, because beforehand we could use these choke points at these 2 points on the map in order to crowd out the enemy forces here. Or at least pincer them and get them to a point where we can use our range advantage to make do. The problem now is that we're in a bit of an open space, so I gotta be careful here. Thankfully putting Eddie right here, and then... putting Micaiah directly behind him, I think will be a good idea. There's a couple other interesting quirks to this game that I'll get into in a minute. The first being combat skills. The Tellius games are, of course, the origins of this skill system, and it's been expanded out, namely with more personal or character-specific skills, like Micaiah's sacrifice skill. What does it do? As you can see, it drains away part of Micaiah's HP and gives it back over to Edward. It's kind of a sacrificial healing touch type of ability that definitely isn't plot relevant at all. Oh, no, that would be a little too presumptuous of me to say that, but anyway. What's nice is that it effectively lets Micaiah function as a healing resource. It's not the most reliable healing resource, obviously, because Micaiah will just turn herself into a low hero and Edward just takes damage. He can respond in kind very, very nicely, but... Okay, that guy didn't move in, that's good. So I think... What's your attack? 11, and Edward is 15. So he'll take 6 damage here, but he's got that Vulnerary and that Herb, so I think he'll be fine. I got sidetracked while talking about healing items. Herbs restore 10 health the same way Vulneraries did in other Fire Emblem games prior to this, but now Vulneraries actually got buffed up. They restore 20. That is a very useful number. It's a full heal right now on Edward, because he doesn't have more than 20 HP. But as we get on in the game, you'll notice that this 20 HP number is actually kind of a big deal. It's a very, very reliable way of keeping your unit healed. Of course, they have to expend their turn to do it instead of attacking, but it's honestly fine, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. I'm gonna go ahead and let Leonardo and Micaiah finish that guy off. Now, we're getting to the point where we're running into old Puggo here, who's our boss. I'll get into him in a second. For now, I want to make sure that... Okay, I think I've got to put Edward right here, and then I should be able to take advantage of some of these choke points that, like, these casks and stuff are giving me. For now, I think I'll go ahead and... Okay, yeah, that's a kill. This is where light magic's hit rate really comes into play. Having a low-damage spell that's liable to miss is, yeah, it's not good. I'll get into the other schools of magic later, but for now, first level up time. That's a weird level up. Strength is kind of a useless stat on Micaiah, but I'm kind of shocked that she got it. Everything else is actually pretty good, though. I would have liked to get magic, but we have workarounds for that in case of, things get silence. Anyway, your attack range is there, so I'm gonna turn off old Puggo here for now. Actually, I'm gonna just keep this in briefly to make sure that... Yeah, 1 tile forward. 2 tiles forward is all I really need, and then I'm gonna put Leonardo right around here. Yeah, you can use the shoulder buttons like in Path of Radiance to zoom the camera in and out. If you're using a GameCube controller, the controls in this game are pretty much identical. Jeez, you were... God, he really must have heard me talking smack, because he's gotten a surprising amount of crits. Oh my... Okay, Edward, I get it. I get it. Calm down, buddy. Anyway. So, Puggo here is, okay, those stats are... He's a level 5 fighter. He's a chalk above all the other bandits, rather fittingly, and as far as tutorial bosses go, he's actually pretty challenging. That low res is kind of his weak spot, but 8 defense and especially like 10 speed means that I think Edward can still, yeah, he can still double him. But, yeah, that's a very solid stat line for this point in the game, and with 27 health, he's gonna be surprisingly hard to take down. Let this be kind of a wake-up call to the fact that a lot of the bosses in the game, at this part of the game, while exploitable in different ways, definitely have a stat line that you at least want to pay attention to and respect. This isn't Path of Radiance where we can just bulldoze over everything. Granted, that game also gave us a surprisingly good number of useful allies to help with. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and You have 19 attack, and Edward only has 6 defense, excuse me, because he actually proc that on level up, which is insane. He actually got all the stats that I would care about him getting, now that I think about it. That was a very good level up. I want to make sure that I don't waste that, so that's 13 that he'll take on the chin. So an herb will patch him right out, and ensure that he can actually survive this attack. Now, he's kind of cut off excuse me, words. He's cut off the boss's route out, so we're gonna just move Micaiah and Edward over, and I'm actually gonna use Sacrifice again. Micaiah's not at risk of getting hit, because this guy is locked to 1 range, so we're free to do this. And that also is handy, because Sacrifice gives Micaiah a little bit of experience if you see that every time she uses it. Who do you brats think you are, the Dawn Brigade? I don't know. There's another Is It the Dawn Brigade joke I can make here, but I'm not going to. Alright, Poggo, show me what you got. Oh, 12 damage. I did the math. Oh, that actually... Oh, okay. That actually puts Edward out of range. And you can see there, he only did 7 damage. Kinda not great. This guy's very hard to take down, although I guess Edward has shitty fire. That might have something to do with it. In fact, he's at worst. How do I want to play this? I guess the first thing that I could do is show this off. Edward also comes with the skill Wrath. This isn't a personal skill that's exclusive to him like Micaiah's Sacrifice, but it's still worth going over, because it actually got nerfed from how good it was back in Path of Radiance. The main reason is that critical hit percentage is up by 50, same way it worked in Path of Radiance, but the unit needs less than 30% of its HP in order for that to count. This is down, of course, from 50%, which is what it was in Path of Radiance. This is mainly used to nerf the Resolve Wrath combo that was just absurdly broken in Path of Radiance and could turn basically any unit into an infantry lawnmower if they got knocked down to half-life, which admittedly was a little hard for that to happen in Path of Radiance by the time you could get that combo online, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We haven't even seen the Resolve skill yet. And more importantly, yeah, let this be a sign of things to come. As I was saying with this boss. I guess now that I'm thinking about it, there's also a Squirrel Boy joke I can make here with a character named Puggo, but I doubt anybody remembers what that show is, so I'm getting... Once again, I'm just... really just all over the place with the commentary. I can't attack you without Edward dying, so I think Eddie's gonna get the boss kill here. I would like for Micaiah to get it, but I guess I don't really have an option here unless Micaiah crits, which she actually can't. Because, what is her luck stat again? Yeah, 8. That's pretty good, honestly, for what is effectively a tutorial boss. I also don't want him to use that Valkyrie, so... What is her chance to hit him? Okay, everybody's got 100, so this is pretty locked in. You give proper thieves a bad name. You're not charity. Come closer. I'll show you some charity. These people work hard to feed their families with scraps. Then you come along and steal what little they've earned. Shut up, kid. I work hard too. You want honest? Once I've sold you, I'll have earned an honest penny. Get every bit of experience I can out of this guy. Well, I mean, he's probably going to... If I deal with Edward, he's probably going to back up and use his vulnerary, but then that puts him back at 25 health, and this guy's not worth trying to leech out a bit more XP on the rest of my units. Just finish the job for me, buddy. Whack. That'll put me in a pretty good spot for the next level up. What just happened? Welcome to Radiant Dawn, buddy. I don't know either. Edward crit like 15 times back there. And chapter done. Fantastic! We won! It's just like you said, Micaiah. They were no match for us. Well, except for the boss, but again. Ine, come here. You did it! Thank you so much. We owe you our lives. You there! What are you doing? Stop immediately! Well. Look who decided to show up. Banyan soldiers. They certainly took their time, didn't they? We must be caught, Micaiah. Edward, make a break for it. Run! I'm sorry, we have to leave. I know. Thank you again for all you've done. Now go, run! Hey lady, my name's Nico. When I grow up, I want to be just like you guys. Come back sometime. Hold it! Stop right there! Oh. I forgot you showed up this early. Who are you bellowing at, soldier? General Jared? When did you arrive? This jackass. Answer my question, maggot. I want to know who you were yelling, and why you did nothing but yell at them. Sorry, sir. We suspect that they were from the Dawn Brigade, a band of thieves that targets goods levied out from the town. People say they give what they've stolen back to the villagers and strut around acting like heroes. They're said to have a witch among them, a girl called the Silver-Haired Maiden. They say she can heal wounds instantly by laying hands on any injury. Townspeople treat her like a saint. And what have you been doing about this band of fools? Sir, a few days ago we stormed their hideout. We found a girl much like the Silver Maiden. We ran the dogs from their den, but they were cunning and cautious, and we lost them. I see. I'm beginning to understand. How do you mean, sir? I'm beginning to understand exactly how incompetent you all are. You there. Make the villagers talk. I want to know who these bandits are and where they're hiding. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Forgive me, I have no idea what to give Captain or General Jackass over here. Yeah, you just saw his entire character arc in about 3 seconds. Or maybe his character traits, I should say. I don't care who they are. The more kick they have in them, the more fun for us, don't you think, sir? Precisely. Overseeing this dusty old town is wearing thin. A little fresh game is just what I need. Anyway, I forgot to change the settings. Also, might have noticed, but that was the prologue, and it took how much time? 30 minutes. Actually, that's not that bad on the in-game clock. Anyway, I gotta shut up map commentary.
Tellius, the year 648, early summer. The northeastern nation of Dain lost a bloody war with neighboring Crimea 3 years ago. Crimea, however, abdicated its right to rule Dain, and passed sovereignty of its former enemy to the powerful Benyan Empire. Dain's future is now subject to the whims of the Empire. Benyan's occupation forces have gathered all Dain men of fighting age and put them to work in labor camps. Their work is brutal and void of purpose, designed to break both body and spirit. The remaining population faces poverty and starvation as the fields lie fallow. A band of young heroes has escaped the Benyan army to form a group called the Dawn Brigade. Fighting for a free Dain, they alone have stood against Benyan's forces. They alone have shouldered the hopes of their nation. Among the company is a young girl named Micaiah, who is said to possess mystical powers. The people of Dain have come to know her as the Silver-Haired Maiden. They have come to think of her as the savior for whom they had been waiting. Benyan's forces have tried time and again to capture and silence the Dawn Brigade. However, Micaiah's ability to sense impending danger has thus far allowed the Dawn Brigade to evade the Empire's grasp.
Chapter 1, Maiden of Miracles. This is the camp, huh? How should we explain yesterday to Soph and Nolan? It's like you said, we didn't have a choice. We had to save Nico and the townsfolk. But I admit, getting spotted by those Benioff soldiers was unfortunate. Still, I'd do it all over again. The worst part is they know we're near. They could find this hideout as easily as they found our last one. I just don't get it. This is our country. Why do we have to live in hiding like prisoners in our own land? Come on, you know why. We lost the war and Crimea won. It's not our country anymore. End of story. Except that Crimea walked away after winning, leaving those heartless Benioff dogs to rule our country for the last 3 years. The occupying soldiers marched around like they own the place, doing whatever they want, and no one dares to stop them. To be fair, Crimea didn't have the resources to rule another country. Soph, and Nolan too. Welcome back. I'm glad you made it in one piece. I don't know who was talking there. I'd give that voice to Nolan and we'll get to what, and it's pretty obvious why, but if Soph talked there, yeah. At last, the Dawn Brigade is all present, but you were unusually late. Were you delayed? I think our fame's catching up with us. Benioff patrols were everywhere. It took us a while to avoid them. I've never seen so much Benioff activity in this area before. Is there something we should know? Well, actually, the truth is... Got to black later. Ah, that's what did it. You had a run-in with bandits? And Benioff soldiers spotted us as we made our escape. I'm sorry. We only wanted to help. We were cowards. We'll worry about that later. More importantly, Micaiah, were you seen healing anyone with sacrifice? I'm afraid so. You can't allow anyone to know what you can do. Killing without any tomes or stabs is a rare gift. Almost unheard of. If anyone saw you doing it, you'd be given away immediately. And I don't know if I could keep you safe. I know, Soph. I know you know, but you keep doing it. This place isn't safe anymore. We should leave at once. Correct. But it would have been nice to just eat one more meal in peace. This way's no good either. Benioff soldiers have every alleyway blocked. Kitten couldn't sneak past them. It looks like this really is the least guarded path then. Even so, it's swarming with soldiers. There are more coming up behind us. We'll be trapped if we don't move quickly. We can't wait for Soph. Stairs by the church lead to the marketplace. We could break through them. I'll go first and secure the way. Micaiah and Leonardo, cover my back. Remember to keep your distance from the enemy. Team up and bring them down one by one. We'll be careful. Leave it to us. Edward, you bring up the rear. Your skills have improved, but you're still new to fighting. Don't rush the enemy. Just focus on surviving their attacks. Got it? Yeah, I got it. Immediately in again, no battle preparations yet. What did you think this was, a proper organized army? Oh no. This is where the real fun begins, because we're up against the actual Benioff occupying force now. Their levels are still leave a little bit to be desired, but these guys are a cut above the chaff that we were dealing with last chapter. More importantly, you'll notice the victory condition in the top left. We have a time limit this time. Escape in 10 turns, and boy do those turns come around really, really fast. It'll be over before you know it. Honestly, this one is... If you go into it blind, this is where I think the challenge really starts. That being said, we do have a new trick up our sleeve in the form of Mr. Nolan, or Brolin, as some of the community calls him. The most experienced member of the Dawn Brigade, and also a man who just enjoys stroking beards, which... I guess if I had a beard instead of just a stubble that I keep trying to shave away every 4 minutes. Yeah, maybe I would know that too. He's a fighter, an axe-wielding brawler who pride themselves on great physical strength, and, well, in Nolan's case, that may be a little bit hard to come by. Nolan, as a level 9 fighter with 10 more HP than Edward started with, is easily the most important unit that we have at this stage of the game. He's got his own quirks to him, but he's easily the best fighter, unit, fighter is his class, that we've got. 12 attack, and he's got a steel axe, and just enough strength to make it worthwhile, I think, that buffs up his attack power to 23. He won't be doubling anything with this thing, but that's not really a problem when he hits hard enough to really leave an impact on a lot of the units that are going to start getting tankier and tankier as the game goes on. He also comes with the skill Nihil, which cancels enemy-related combat skills, but most enemies don't have skills yet, so this is a little bit pointless. That being said, bosses later on in the game, yeah, this is a pretty good skill to have. As far as axe users go, he's kind of run-of-the-mill for now, but the biggest problem with Nolan is his growth rates. The game doesn't really go over this at any point, but Nolan's actually, and I'm not making this up, this is actual lore that's, I don't think, in the game anymore, unfortunately. He is a merchant-turned-vagrant after getting screwed out of it, basically, by his former business partners and friends. And because Dane used to be Ashnard's country, where might makes right, getting scammed basically was your fault and not anybody else's problem. He gave up on life for a while, but that might have saved him because he just ended up being a vagrant on the streets of Dane's capital instead of fighting in the Mad King's War, which is what a lot of men like him in the country were kind of drafted into the army to do. It's actually not lore that's mentioned anywhere, but Leonardo's father and older brother both suffered the same fate of dying in that war. In fact, he probably would have been too, but he was in military training school when everything happened. This is all lore that I think is either somewhere in the game's files or is just documented online, and I actually read up on it this morning because I had no idea about this. That being said, why do I mention Nolan's backstory? Well, his skill and speed growth are actually his highest growth rate stats. He only has a 45% strength growth, which is kind of important on a class that uses axes. Suffice to say, the joke of Noodle Arms Nolan kind of exists within the fandom for a reason. This is, it can be challenging to level him up and make sure that his strength stays up to par with what's necessary in order to keep him as a reliable unit. That said, right now, he's the best unit that we've got, so we've got to make do. Yeah, 1 of 1. Go figure. Anyway, this initial engagement is a little bit tricky. I am going to have Leonardo visit this house right here. This is a little bit deceptive, and you might not notice it at first glance. But, like in the previous game, we can visit houses to get items, and even every single little bit helps her. So? You there, you must be... you needn't say a word. I see the goodwill in your eyes. Take this and go, quickly. You've done so much for Dane's poor. It's time we did something in return. We get an extra vulnerary, which will be entirely necessary because no one's gonna run through his, because he's gonna be taking a lot of damage in the future. That being said, as you can see here, this is a bit of a difficult engagement to crack at first glance. We've got 2 fighters over here with, thankfully, just bronze weapons, so they're not exactly the toughest stuff in the yard, but we've got this soldier here with a javelin. This is, of course, like the last game, a 1-2 range weapon. Hit rate's not the highest, but this guy's pretty alright with it. He's got 93 hit on him. And Nolan doesn't have the best avoid. So, and I think Edwards is actually, yeah, it's even lower. His biorhythm's not helping, and I should really explain what that does at some point, but not yet. The one thing Nolan's got going for him, though, is his affinity. I guess I'll go over this now. Every unit in this game has an elemental affinity. I think Path of Radiance had this as well. It affects support bonuses, and more importantly, it grants advantages on maps with the same element. Micaiah has the Dark Affinity, which actually was the same affinity as the Prologue map, so she has a slight combat advantage there, and now Nolan has a slight combat advantage on this map. This is actually, the Earth Affinity is actually one of the best, especially for supports. because what it does is it gives extra avoid. Pretty nice to have on pretty much everybody, because obviously if you're dodging attacks, you're not taking damage. So, another thing to keep in mind is which guys are going to move to us on our turn and which ones are not. What I want to do is I want to form kind of a barricade here. I think I don't know if I want Edward here or here. If he's here, then I think he's going to take less heat than Nolan would, but I think the enemies are still going to want to attack him anyway. None of these guys, if I remember right, have, yeah, they still only have bronze weapons, which is handy, but obviously there's a couple of units with iron weapons mixed in, including the silver, that is going to become a problem later unless no one deals with it. So I think I'm going to want to position my units like this. In fact, one thing that I'll do, actually, is show off this feature, battle saves. This is the first time, I think, in this series where you can just make a clean mid-mission save whatever the hell you want. More importantly, unlike the suspend feature in prior games, I can keep playing right afterwards. This is handy because it lets me make riskier moves, or questionable moves, that I otherwise wouldn't. And whoa, that's the wrong. Why am I doing this? Because I need to form a barricade for Micaiah to sit in, because I've only got 3 units that are going to be fighting next turn. Leonardo's still got to catch up, and I really need him to, for reasons that'll become apparent later. Captain Isaiah, just as you said, a group that appears to be the Dawn Brigade is storming the alley. How jealous. I'll wipe them out and advertise my exploits to our commanders back home. We'll get into the boss in a minute here. This guy's attacking Nolan, okay. I think his hit rate might be higher, that might be why he's getting attacked. Yep, so this is gonna be... Oh, wow, okay. Nice dodge. And we are now hitting a conundrum. I can reasonably dispatch 2 of these guys on this turn, namely the 2 that are wounded, but we've got to make sure that we can form an adequate choke point. I also need to get rid of this guy with the javelin, or at the very least knock him down to the point where, you know, I can get him next turn. And in order to do that, I think I see what I need to do. So the first thing I'm going to do is kill this guy with Micaiah, and once again... Well, actually, I don't know if I overused it here. Need to get the kills on Micaiah where we can, because it's a pain to level her up without giving her these mooch kills. And what I'm going to do, actually, is... This is a 2-step here. I'm going to make sure 6 damage from you, and then... Let's see... 15 attack, and he's got 9 defense, so we'll take 6 damage from him, and... What is it? Like, 7 damage from him, so... Basic arithmetic. I hit 6, 7, 13, and then you do... an additional 6. Okay, 6, 15... Okay, I think Nolan lives from this, unless my math is wrong. Yeah, because that would be 19 damage, and he's got 22 health. That dodge was actually pretty critical, because that lets me attack this guy on Nolan's turn and slightly speed this up. That being said, I need to get Leonardo back into action immediately, because we need all the... Even the bad units need to make their contribution here, and yes, I do consider Leonardo to be a bad unit. So, yeah, this might miss, but I can't count on it. One thing that you want to do, one important rule of thumb with Fire Emblem is always assume attack is going to hit you, and always assume your attacks might miss. There we go, there's the 6. And actually, like I said, I think he's only going to take 13 damage on this turn. He might not, actually. I might have to depend on another dodge. I might have had to heal next turn on this turn, and this might have been a mistake, but... Edward's got to mop this guy out. There's no way around that. Oh my god, okay. More unnecessary crits, although this one might have to be rewound. Because, yeah, this map is tricky at the beginning, just because you deal with so many enemies right away, and it doesn't really let up. That's the type of level up I expected from old Eddie there, but who knows? Maybe one of these guys will be dumb and attack Nolan instead of... Nope, that guy's not. I need one of these things. Thank you. So Nolan is guaranteed to live on this turn, which was very lucky. Because, yeah, 6, and then he would have taken 18 damage, which would have killed him. But that dodge basically saved his life. Javelin guy goes down. And thankfully, this guy could have moved forward, but he didn't. I think this guy is guaranteed to not move. He's just basically a roadblock for you. Gotta pay attention to... This soldier, like I said, could really ruin my day if I move too far forward, and part of me wants to move Nolan to this tile and heal, but I need to make sure that these two guys are dealt with first. And this is where Micaiah and Leonardo can come in handy. The other thing I have to mind is, okay, yeah, archers in, like, my archer Leonardo is a bit of a liability. Enemy archers, especially in the early game in Radiant Dawn, need to be treated like freaking bazookas. Basically, if this guy gets a shot off on the wrong unit, i.e. Micaiah, he's going to kill that unit. Especially since, I think this guy can't double, but most archers from this point forward can double Micaiah, which is bad news for me. Especially since, yeah, 8 attack speed to 8. So it's a speed tie, but still, I don't want Micaiah to take any shots. And I also don't want Leonardo to as well. He's got 10 speed, but that won't last. But his ability to double units won't last forever, so... Yeah, you always want to lead with your worst shots, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and do this, because in the event that he misses, I do have a plan B in the back of my head. In fact, I might do it anyway, because it's a bit more defensive, and you have to play defensively. And I've got a turn to do it, which I otherwise would be able to. So, I think Edward can pull this soldier over. Yeah, I think he can pull this soldier over. Alternatively, I want to visit the church, because the church actually is a really good item for us. That being said, I guess Micaiah could do it too, but I kind of want her to get this kill anyway, and I am safe here if memory serves, especially if in order to do that, I would have to block off this tile with Nolan, which I can do. Or Edward, alternatively, because I don't think this guy can kill Edward. Yeah, 16 attack. He's got weapon triangle advantage, but I can work around that. Let's go ahead and do this. This is going to be a common theme with this part of the game. I need to really, really be careful here. And just gradually pull stuff into my attack range rather than... Or gradually bait units into my attack range rather than playing aggressively, which you could kind of do in Battle Radiance, but it was a little bit of a tougher sell. Okay, so... I've got two options here. The problem is, I think if I visit the church on this turn, I can't heal Nolan, and I kind of need to heal him first. I guess Leonardo can get the house instead. Somebody can. I've got this area secured, so... Oh, you're moving forward. That's not good. That is... Oh, wow, that's very lucky and also very useful. Because with that guy gone, I can actually move Nolan up and take care of one of the guys up there. In fact, I can probably move him here. And then, yeah, you will bum smack that guy pretty hard. You are going to draw the fighter's attention, but honestly, that's okay. So, I think what I need to do is... Yeah, you're probably not going to hit Edward at all, actually, but Edward will die on enemy phase if he gets hit, so I don't want to do that. I also don't want to move any of my indirect units onto this tile because the archer can hit them. So what I will do instead is we're gonna clobber you with Nolan and hopefully knock you down to 0. Nolan, I think, hasn't gotten a ton of kills himself. He's only gotten the 1. But I've been giving a lot to Micaiah, and I guess also Edward, so here's what I'll do. I need to park Edward here and heal in order for this to be safe, and I'll go ahead and use the vulnerary because it just makes sense. I don't think this fighter here moves off the escape tile, but I want to make sure that, just in case he does, we're all healed up and ready to go. Now, this is a bit of a risky play, because, yeah, 11 damage, but thankfully that 100 is still coming into play. One thing I will do in that case is we're going to visit the church with Leonardo. Those beasts, they'll do whatever they want in our country. They're even sending our clergy to their awful camps. But I'm helpless. I don't have your strength or courage. This axe, you should have it. We get ourselves a hand axe. Very, very valuable for the next few chapters we've got coming up. The most common occurring axes, it can be used for direct and indirect combat. And guess who has enough of a high enough axe rank to use it? Old Brolin here. This is part of the reason that I think Nolan is just so valuable at this point in the game, is that not only can he just really, really send enemy units packing, as you're seeing, but he can also counter at 1-2 range, which is very, very nice. Good job, Micaiah. She got all of her important stats, so I'm not worried. Like I said, though, expect 2 defense to be a thing for a while. Anyway, this guy's gonna move forward, but I kind of anticipated that. Even if he gets hit here, I know exactly what I'm gonna do in Nolan next turn, so it's fine. But I am gonna need Edward to possibly kill this guy or get this guy into a position where he dies next turn, which is okay. That's useful. Because now that we're kind of in a position, and it's only turn 5, which we're right on schedule, this is where things might slow down a little bit right in front of the boss here, Isaiah. Level 7 Myrmidon, also pretty competent stats, although not the highest in the world by any means. He drops here this steel sword. Enemies will drop weapons that are highlighted in red. A sturdy sword with a good edge. It's slightly difficult to use. I don't know if Edward has the weapon rank for this yet. In fact, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's D rank, but he's very close to leveling up his weapon rank, which means he will be able to use it. I don't think he quite has the stats for it yet, even though his first level up was just insanely good. But with any luck, that can change. So, yeah, what I need to do here is have Edward kill this guy. Yes, I think that's the correct... Hang on a second. I think Micaiah needs to kill this guy first, before I do that. The reason that I need to kill this guy is, well, it'll become obvious in a second. Well, hopefully it will be. I forget, how many tiles away is Leonardo? That's... Okay, good. That would have been a big load of bees in my bonnet, and he could take the Draco Shield as well, why not? I don't know if Nolan's going to be a candidate for the Draco Shield, but I'm strongly considering it at this point, because I just need him to be as tanky as possible right now. And then I'm going to have Edward go ahead and dispatch this guy. Been giving Edward a fair amount of kills early on as well, but I guess that's typical at this point in the game. Like I said, I need I need him to be reliable enough in order to keep up with everybody later on. So thankfully he's already been doing that. Now, this is where I gotta get a feel for things. I don't believe the boss moves. In fact, because the escape tiles are 2 tiles wide, you can actually just skip this guy completely if you want, but that steel sword is gonna be invaluable later, so I'm not gonna do that. What I am gonna do is kind of gauge my options here. So you do 11 damage, and I'm pretty sure the boss can actually... I don't know if he can double Nolan, but... Yeah, 9 damage, but that 5 crit is nasty. Nolan will survive a critical hit, but I really don't want him to be dealing with both of these guys on enemy phase. So what I'm going to do is... With my steel axe equipped, I think... Oh, yeah, hang on a minute. You're seeing here, Nolan's Avoid is actually higher if he equips the hand axe, so I think I'm going to equip that, even though it deals 2 less damage and has a slightly lower hit rate. Yeah, I forget if the boss moves, I believe he doesn't, but yeah, we're only dealing with his hand axe currently. Which is good, because I actually consider this guy to be the more dangerous threat of the two. And now we have to figure out how we're going to deal with this. Because, yeah, Edward's actually more than a match for him, which is promising. But like I said, 3% crit is still 3% crit. I don't mind having to redo the fight this entire chapter, because I'm going to try to limit myself on battle saves a little bit, but I think this is safer to have Nolan take care of this guy. And then Micaiah can pretty easily scoop up the kill, provided that did 16, right? Correct, I'm one off lethal, which is a bit of a problem. Because Edward can deal with this guy no problem, but I think I might need to have Leonardo soften this guy up to make sure Micaiah can get the kill. The problem is he needs to be standing... Yeah, he needs to be standing on that tile to make it work, which is not safe unless... Sorry, words are hard. Unless if the hand axe guy is dead. So, again, you always want to lead with your riskiest moves, and in fact, I think I am going to show off the battle save feature here. I don't want to, like I said, this is kind of save scummy, so I don't want to do it too much, but honestly, it's my playthrough, so who cares? What fast little mice you are! How long do you plan on scurrying around in quick galleys? Now, this guy, yeah, he doesn't have a... He doesn't have, he doesn't have a healing item, so he will go down one way or another, but for now I need to make sure that this guy's dead, and that's the best way to do it. I am a little bit worried about Nolan dying to a crit here, so what I'm actually going to do is... I'm going to put you right here in case I need you. And then we are going to once again use the sacrifice skill to just make sure that Nolan's at tip-top health. The boss can't attack anybody besides Nolan or Edward, so this is actually pretty handy. So that way, even if this guy crits, which he did, yeah, even with that, like... Sure, I gave Nolan the kill, which isn't what I wanted exactly, but... Yeah, we'll give Micaiah boss kills later. We can give her a ton later, actually. Also good. That is... I didn't get skill or speed, but I got strength. That is... Every point of strength helps, because that is not an easy crit rate to hit. What? This can't be! I'm in my prime! Not so easily. Yeah, and so was, Glass the Invincible Sword, or whatever the hell that guy's deal was in Fire Emblem 7, or what have you. Okay, so we actually cleared this ahead of schedule. This is actually the first encounter in the game that has enemy reinforcements, but I guess due to the fact that I got lucky earlier on back there with that one guy that missed Nolan that could have killed him, did pretty alright. The one thing I will take advantage of here is give you that, and then I can also escape on this turn, which is handy. I mean, I can't use Sacrifice because Nolan escaped first and he was the only one that was damaged, but... another thing to keep in mind is actually, while I'm at it, I'll keep attack animations on for now. That might change a little bit down the road. Combat camera's fine. I'm gonna adjust the game speed to manual, and I'm gonna get the message speed up to... I'll do fast for now. I might turn it up to maximum. I don't know why you would turn this window on or off. Honestly, these windows are... I guess I'll keep the unit windows what it is for now. I don't know what detail does as far as combat is concerned, but I think more information is better, so I might as well use this. Map HP display, of course we're going to have on. Help windows, fine. Transparency, grid transparency, or I guess obstacle transparency. That's actually very useful, so I'll keep that on. Terrain matters a lot in this game, it's just that this chapter isn't the best example of it. Unit circle, I don't really need that, so that's fine. Guide window, I definitely want. Bonus XP display. This is only an option on New Game Plus, but I want to turn that on immediately. I forgot to do it last time. Rumble feature, whatever, ATSI, and all this stuff. What is nice is you can, like in the last game, you can control combat animations by unit, and you might have noticed, but the animations in this game can actually be quite lengthy. This is what we're dealing with now with, like, crit animations taking a little bit longer, and there is a flourish to them, and first off, the fact that there's, like, an actual combat forecast and stuff is very, very nice. But all things considered, the animations, especially for magic, can get quite long in this game, so... And you couple that with how maps will only get bigger from this point forward, and, well... Let's just say that turning animations off completely is kind of preferable for a lot of people. It's not for me, because I really like the animations in this game, even if they do pad out the runtime of some of these chapters, but yeah. The reinforcements that would normally show up, I guess I'll go over them for a second here before we take off. They would spawn from this area, and then they would spawn from what your starting location was. I think starting at the end of next turn. These are not units you want to engage, they're more of a trap or an indication that you need to hurry out. So, thankfully, we are fast enough to the point where we don't even need to worry about them. Neat. Everybody, this way. They're running to the center of town. After them. Shit, they got some arrows. Good work. I see the market. If we can blend into the crowd, they'll lose us and we'll be pretty clear. Hey, lady. Nico. They're after you again, aren't they? Are you and your friends all right? Oh, the onions! Where'd they go? Leave the soldiers to us. Go on now. Get yourselves to safety. I didn't adjust my rules for this game. I mid-sentence, I'm sorry. Quickly, don't dawdle. You must escape. You're our only hope. Thank you so much. Wait, there they go! Catch them! What are you stopping for? Well, they... You won't get past us. We stand by the Dawn Brigade. That's right. Goddess protect the Dawn Brigade. Wait, something terrible is about to happen. What is it? No, we have to go back. There's that Warsaw kicking in, I guess. What? You're letting this rabble stop you? Ready your bows! Nobody defies the will of... Ooh, that's not good. No! How could you shoot a child, you vicious savages? Someone help him! Quickly, please! This child is dying! Hey, this is what happens when you meddle in Benioff affairs of state. Remember it well. I didn't realize that Benioff Empire's affairs of state included murdering children in the street. Don't point your fingers at us, we're just doing our job. If you're upset, blame it on the Dawn Brigade. They made this happen. It's the girl we were looking for. Call for reinforcements. Surround and arrest every last one of them. That's not your line, buddy. That's later. What's happening? What does she think she's doing? Hey, you! Step away from that dying child! It's a miracle! We've seen a miracle today! That was sacrifice. That girl, she must be the silver-haired maiden. Only she possesses sacrifice. Stop right there! After them! We can't let them get away! We still stand by the Dawn Brigade. What is wrong with you people? Did you hear me? Clear a path or you'll end up like that kid! Oh, great. You sniveling idiots. Why are you just standing there? Give chase, now! Yes, sir, we would like to, sir, but the townspeople are blocking our way. Oh, I see. The townspeople are blocking your way. You dullards! Clean out those dirty ears and listen to me. You are soldiers, and I am your commander. You will follow my orders promptly and without hesitation. Understand, you useless vermin? Now move! Unbelievable. If it's not one thing, it's another. Why am I always stuck leading the buffoons? I don't know, probably because you're a war criminal. Are you awake now? Oh, goodness. Do you see? This is why I told you not to use sacrifice. We sure showed them in Navasa, huh? I guess we can't go back there. Not for a while, anyway. I'm so fond of Navasa. It's where we all met. Feels like my only real home. We will return. Someday. We will, Micaiah. I know you, and you have a way of getting what you want. Because you're always there to help me get it, so. Also, yeah, nice. Oh, we don't get bonus experience for having everybody escape first? I thought we did. Oh well. I'm still gonna do it anyway for the fun of it. It's also that Thracia escape objective thing in me. God, if you have the Lord escape too early, that game will punish you for it. Anyway. Normally I'd continue to the next chapter, and yeah, these are going pretty fast, which I kind of expected, but I am gonna take a freaking dog. I hope to God you guys didn't hear that, but yeah, I'm gonna take a break here real quick, because I need to use the restroom, and if I hit this save button, it's gonna start map commentary immediately, so yeah, BRB. Okay, I'm back. So, I guess while I'm on this screen, I should kind of clarify what the scheduling is going to be for this. One of the reasons I kind of like playing games like this, and I guess Path of Radiance by extension, or any other Fire Emblem game now that I think about it, is any game that's long. First off, I kind of have the capability to do this right now because of, well, I don't have any other outside commitments that would kind of lead to streaming longer RPGs to be a bit of a problem, but more to the point, yeah, the biggest thing is it helps me stay consistent, and honestly, I did say back at the end of last year when I was playing Melee that I wanted to try streaming on Monday, and yeah, I think I'm going to stream on Monday and stream this going forward once a week, because, well, for starters, nobody likes Mondays, so maybe I can make people's Mondays a little bit better. That'd be fun. More importantly, yeah, this is just a lot better from my own health perspective, just because streaming on Thursday or Friday, while I did make that work, it was kind of exhausting after a while because I would just be so burnt out from work and stuff like that, that the less that I had to do, the better. So kind of expect this on Mondays going forward, unless if something comes up, and then I might push it to Wednesday or some other later time during the week. Streaming on Wednesday is not the worst idea I've had either, but not this Wednesday, I'm gonna be busy. Anyway, let's get back to the game, shall we? Now with more voiced map commentary. I love not having to read this out loud, let me tell you. Chapter 2, The Dispossessed. Wait, there's no map commentary on this one? Okay. Yeah, we're straight into it. Just a quick half mark and we'll be in Kiska. I'd like to stop it there, but Benyon will be on the lookout for us. Let's steer clear of the towns for now, unless we want more trouble. Oh, tell me. This means another night slipping on the cold ground, but nothing but bugs to keep us warm. There was a conversation like this in Awakening that I could reference, but honestly I don't remember what's said other than, "But Frederick, it's nearly dark," so I'm not gonna go there. Oh, Edward, it's not that bad. The forest is so beautiful and serene. I'd almost rather be out here, right, Hine? Excuse me. Are you people headed to town by any chance? Our abbot is ill. He needs medicine, but Benyon soldiers are hoarding our provisions in the manor house. The Dawn Brigade at your service. I'm sure we can help you and your abbot. And of course, we're diving into things without any prior thought or what have you. Over in Lord Kiska's manor. So, do you know the layout of the manor? I was here years ago. As I remember, there's a large armory tucked deep inside the building. And if I understand correctly, Benyon soldiers guard valuables they've stolen, from rare objects to necessary supplies, in that armory. Then the medicine will be there too. Are you sure you don't mind? Of course not. Danger is part of our work. Leave everything to us. Your abbot will have his medicine. Oh, thank you so much. Good luck. Well, I see she decided to join us, but I guess let me go to the pause menu so you can see what's up. This is another, honestly, as far as Radiant Dawn chapters go, this is still fairly contained, but this is another map that's teaching us some pretty important things while also taking the opportunity to put outlit cigarettes on our arm, but more on that later. So the victory for this chapter, at least unless you're playing on easy mode, is for Laura to arrive all the way up here. So we've got to get her basically to this tile, and the way that arrive works is it's like Seize, but you can only do it with one unit that's not the Lord. It's basically just Seize by another name. But there are these chests on here, so we've got some goodies to steal. More to the point, I remember you having a javelin, but we're just gonna run with it. I guess I had bad intel that lied to me. We have Laura here, another very squishy unit, and if you thought Makai's durability was bad, oh good lord. Laura as a priest, is able to use heal stabs, which I'm not going to say no to anybody that can heal, believe me, but for starters, she's the only mainline staff user that we get for this part of the game, so keeping her alive at all costs is going to be essential. Especially since we're still working with the requirement of if any unit dies, that's game over for us. As far as units are concerned, she starts at level 1 like Micaiah. I think I said it right when I said Micaiah was one of the few units, and yeah, this is the other one. I think the only other one. I could be wrong on that. But more to the point, yeah. Good lord, the stat leave a lot to be desired. More importantly, everything but Boar's luck growth and magic growth, which is kind of what you want in a cleric, is... If I remember right, it's all over the place. I think she has a weirdly high strength growth, which then again continues the trend with Nolan and I think also Leonardo of just having units that have very weird to awkward growth rates in areas that they don't need. I would prefer speed, you know? Speed is good, but I don't know if she gets any. But, like I said, that heal staff is going to see a lot of utility, because Sacrifice and Vulneraries will only carry us so far. Now, as for units, this is where, I guess, these gaps that you see here, this map actually features a fair amount of elevation, and terrain in this part of the game matters, or in this game matters a lot. It was actually one of the main selling points of Radiant Dawn, was that, you know, archers being able to shoot through walls like this is a big deal, or having a high ground advantage, which is as broken as it sounds if you've played any other video game ever. Having the high ground, as Obi-Wan taught us, basically just means it's all over. Attacking uphill, even up a cliff, even with magic, is very, very hard to do. You have an extreme aim penalty if you try to do it. But conversely, if I am able to somehow claim high ground, then, you know, it's over. So, yeah, this guy in particular will be probably a good showcase of that in the future, because if I remember right, he doesn't move because he's guarding these chests. But that's, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, there's a couple of ways I could play this. The first is to be a bit more aggressive here and have Edward climb up this ledge and just, oh my god, okay. I'm gonna... I don't think I need the detailed combat menu, and I forgot that that's what it shows you, is, I think... Yeah, it shows you, like, avoid and attack stats, which, frankly, I don't really need, so... Honestly, the more I look at it, yeah, Edward doesn't quite have the stats to support that steel sword yet, so we're gonna save that for a rainy day. He does 3 extra damage with it because of the sword's higher might, but its weight versus his... strength, it's got 11 weight to his 8 strength, which means he's weighed down by 3 speed points, or subtraction for speed. He doesn't get doubled by this guy. In fact, I don't think he would, even with hard mode bonuses, come to think of it, but still don't want Edward to fight him regardless. I think I'm gonna stay down here for this turn. More to the point, I'm gonna make sure everyone else stays out of this particular range, because I want to make sure that this guy climbs down to attack Edward on his turn, excuse me. And with that in mind, I'm gonna go ahead and just have Nolan smack this guy. These guys are still about average, and they're also carrying bronze weapons. I seriously thought it was just the bandits in the prologue. What is with units and carrying bronze weapons this far into the game? Anyway, the other unit I've got to keep watch out for is this archer, because I don't remember if he moves, but that steel bow of his hits pretty darn hard. It's got 10 might, and he's actually got the stats to support using it, so yeah. I don't think you can reliably double with it, because its speed is a little bit low, but I still don't want to deal with it. Anyway, god, I wish I had an iron axe for Nolan, but I don't yet. I don't even think you can get one for a while. Anyway, if we are able to kind of secure the middle of the map here, which is going to be a little bit easier than it looks, then we'll be in a good position to take advantage of whatever ends up getting thrown our way. I'm going to go ahead and, if I remember right, you don't have a chat. You do not. That is correct. So, this is a safe move. I believe Micaiah will get a level up on this now. Probably the next kill I end up giving her. So, Laura doesn't have anything to do on this turn, but we might as well keep everybody together here. And I'm gonna go ahead and just end turn without moving Edward, because, yeah. Intruders, you say? What, with a full battalion stationed here? The gall and the intrigue. Now, listen up, my men. Catch a midstream and fillet him like a fish. The map is coincidentally has us moving up a stream, so that's a pretty accurate analogy. Because Nolan's tankiness just really showcasing itself. This guy clumps down to attack Edward. Very nice. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, jeez, he's really wants to show off his stuff. Okay. So this guy's move, and yeah, this event happens in turn. That takes care of the blocks. Now I just have to figure out how to get everybody safely up here. We'll come back to that. For now, I've got 2 units that are... This guy can die, and I think I can also kill this guy, no problem. Nolan's gonna have to take more hits, though, which is annoying. I forget if this guy climbs down, but if he does, you have 21 attack because of that steel bow. So Nolan's gonna take 12 damage on the chin, which I don't think he can... Yeah, I'm gonna have to heal him, but I do have 2 healers now, so it's a little bit easier to get him. The other thing that I can do is actually use Leonardo here to help out with this, because that does 12. The other alternative is I just move here with Nolan, which is a safer gambit. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, because it's just a little... It's just safer overall, if I'm being perfectly honest. Although I want to make sure that this soldier dies first, because that'll give me a bit more wiggle room. Once again, giving kills to Micaiah where I can afford to do so. That is level 3, if I'm not mistaken. No, level 4, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm not thrilled with that, but those are okay level ups. Having a bit more defense would be nice as a just in case, but... Yeah, because... Those are okay to middling stats for this point in the game. I would appreciate a few more level ups like the first one that she got, but... Wouldn't call her stats screwed, per se, at least not yet. God, that is gonna be the worst feeling if Micaiah ends up stat screwed. Like, Nolan I'm a little worried about, but he's only gotten 1 level up and it's been pretty alright, but yeah. If I remember right, Edward will die if he gets hit by this guy, so... I might, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have put Micaiah there, because now I'm a little worried about... Yeah, I'm a little worried about this, because... I do have an idea of how to do this. And it does, of course, involve using Laura here. I'm gonna have... Yeah, okay. First off, I'm gonna try to maximize XP gain out of this guy by having Leonardo attack him first. There's no, like, ranking system in this game, unlike the GBA game, or not. Okay. Forgot about that. I should probably go over what that is. So, for whatever reason, Leonardo comes with the cancel skill. This just cancels enemy counterattacks. This doesn't... I think this is a skill percent chance to activate, which, yeah, 12%. So, not the best, and honestly, it's a little bit wasted on Leonardo because you don't want him getting counterattacked anyway. But it's not a particularly big deal. So, yeah. Nolan will, like I said, take that guy's attack on the chin, or that steel bow guy's attack on the chin. In fact, this guy might move 2 if he moves first, but okay, his movement kind of stinks. Or this guy has a bit of an upper hand. I think going up or down a cliff costs 2 movements, so that's why these guys have a bit of a movement penalty. I want to ensure that Nolan gets this kill, so I'm going to... at the same time... Yeah, that's not enough of a difference in hit percentage for me to really be worried about it. Really. Like I said, just assume that he's gonna get hit anyway. That's not the worst. I've kind of gotten meh level ups on this chapter so far. If this misses, what happens? Well, if this misses, he dies, so... probably want to put my best foot forward here and go with the 89. It's not 100, but I'm gonna have to take it again. And so far, nobody's missed egregiously, which is very good. Well, the enemies have, if last chapter was any indication, but we're good so far. And okay. That archer doesn't move, but... Hey, you! How did you get in here? We are the Dawn Brigade. We go where we please. We're here to reclaim what you've stolen from the people of Dane. So, yeah. Soap shows up there, which is... You might be worried that he's in no man's land, but, don't. My, those are some nice basins. Soap is... Well, he was maybe one of the worst units in Path of Radiance, but he's the first unit returning Path of Radiance and has gotten a considerable upgrade. He would normally benefit from those transfer bonuses that game was showing off in the prologue, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I never used him except to try to get a coin out of a desert map in that game, which, if I remember right, he didn't even get. So, yeah, I think those bases are pretty much what he comes with. Actually, I kind of want to look... Hang on, I'm going to look that up. Because Sote's a bit of a weird unit when it comes to transfer bonuses, and I'm going to avoid the bandit link because I don't trust it. Because of how this game handles transfer bonuses from Path of Radiance, let me go ahead and see if I can get his actual stats up. Okay, they're not any different from what he would normally get, but the way that, I don't want to go over transfer bonuses right now, but let's just say his are a little bit different from now and leaving that. So, he is basically our Jigen for this point in the game. Having a rogue, which is effectively a promoted thief, which was his job or class back in Path of Radiance, reveling gathering riches and outmaneuvering enemies. Might seem weird, but once again, this is the Dawn Brigade, so I'm going to take what I can get. His equipped items are a little bit interesting. The card here is a surprisingly high value knife, but it's got a pretty good crit chance against it going for it. It's more of a tool for him to just knock over heads than anything else necessary. The Bronze Dagger is more in line with what you would probably want him to be using. Economical combat knife of low power. This, you might think, would let him soften up enemies, but he kind of just kills them anyway. This is it's a bit of a trap to use him right now, but he is useful for a couple of other purposes. For starters, he's got our first support in the game. He has an H support here, as you can see with Micaiah. He's also got the ability to just yoink things from enemies, which is always handy, and one of the main reasons I love using Thieves in Fire Emblem games. He's also got the Guard skill, which is... I guess this is thematic because he's technically just guarding after Micaiah constantly because of the bond that the two clans established in the prologue video. It was hinted at in Path of Radiance, actually. I'm gonna see how else I can maneuver these guys around. Well, Laura's move this turn is obvious, but... I think I want Nolan to swipe this kill, especially if those guys at the top of the ledge aren't gonna move. Yeah, I think I want Nolan to handle this if at all possible. I'm going to actually use a battle save here just in case, because this is potentially a little bit dangerous. Wait, if I move you here... Okay, no, it's the same hit percentage. Yeah, I think this is the effect of the biorhythm coming into play, which I'll explain what that is in a minute. I'm just going to take this attack first. Because if you miss, this is a load of E's and like on it that I really don't want to... Okay, good. Yeah, that would have been bad, because I would have had to scramble with everybody else in order Fortunately, I don't have to. Like I said, might as well give Leo here the chip XP, and then we'll move Nolan into position where he can swipe this hit. There. God, I'm a little bit flabbergasted by that, but that's okay. Still hit anyway. Never punished. Still level up out of that, go figure. I guess Nolan's level 10 while I was most of these guys. Like, these guys are level 6, and like I said, this is a bit of a risky play, but it's what I got going for me, so we're gonna try to make the best of it here. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move Edward up here and nothing. And I'm going to shove Micaiah back one tile. This might help a little bit. Because I'm pretty sure that pushes every... Yeah, this pushes Micaiah out of this guy's attack range, I think, which... Yep, that's it. Anyway. So... What was I going on about? Oh yeah, So the main reason that I think Soko's useful for the Dawn Brigade is because of a feature that's, I think is new to Path per Radiant Dawn, which is the ability to just... Hang on, I gotta make sure that... Yeah, okay, if I move to these stairs, I'm still gonna be baiting all of these guys, which is gonna be important later. Unequip my weapon. This won't drop it from his inventory or anything, which is what the drop command is for, but... By unequipping Silk's weapon... Oh crap, these guys aren't moving. Leo might be dead here, which would be unfortunate. Or actually, Edward would be dead, it was really worse. But anyway, by unequipping Silk's weapon, he doesn't have combat animations anymore, but as you can see here, I've got 4 guys that are all trying to hit him and failing miserably. I think I will actually kill that archer. No, okay, I can't, but... Okay, good, that archer didn't move on this turn either, so... That's very weird. I don't know why he didn't move, because, again, he could very easily kill somebody, but... Anyway, you're kind of seeing one of the ways that you can get back in the game a little bit is just by manipulating the AI. I think even if I put Nolan into this sort of attack range, which I think I actually can on this turn to demonstrate it, and I think I will. As soon as I make sure that 5... This guy's a... Or yeah, this guy is a cut above the other soldiers that we've been dealing with. I think the best maneuver, actually, is to... I might not get to use Laura this turn, but that's okay, because I can swing her up onto this ledge next turn and then potentially heal with her. So what I might do is... Yeah, we're gonna take advantage of this terrain and we're gonna just choke this guy out. Or choke on the old choke here. I will use Sacrifice, I think, to heal, so... Yeah, we're gonna wait here. Do this. Maneuver Nolan over here, and then we're gonna put Leonardo again in the safe spot again. Choking on choke points, which is what I like to see. Anyway, we're also going to... I think we're gonna keep Soap right on this tile. And, like I said, we could attack with these guys, but... Because of how the AI works... Oh, fuck, I didn't check that. I didn't think this through. I think Leonardo's through. No, I got very lucky. He had enough speed to avoid that happening. But yeah, even though I think this guy on the bottom can attack Nolan, he's not going to. One of my favorite things about this game's AI is you can just drop your weapon on a Jagan or something similar and... Oh, okay. Sir, there are burglars on the loose. Several young men and women have broken into the manor house. Did you say women? What color is their hair? Jared, that's a... without the context of the plot so far, this would be a very weird question to ask. There are two girls. One has bizarre silver-colored hair, and the other, a silver-haired maiden. Very well. I want all soldiers on hand. Capture the girl alive. Do what you will with the others, but bring me that girl. Understand? Sir, yes, sir. Okay, I think that means we're gonna get reinforcements next turn. Starting, I think, yeah, I gotta get Laura out of this area as fast as possible. And thankfully, this guy kind of put himself in a position where I can do that somewhat safely. Ooh, okay. That was almost good. Almost good. I could give this kill to Edward, but for now, I think I'm just gonna have Micaiah shot this a little bit. I'm also gonna put Edward here because I need to block these block this clip off. Like I said, this guy is tanky, but that just means that I can take advantage of that. Anyway, you and... I gotta be careful with you, but I think this wall tile right here is actually gonna be to my advantage because... Yeah, hang on, I got that. So... Oh, right, what I'm gonna do here is... We're gonna shove Micaiah up one tile, and then we're gonna use Nolan, and that's risky, honestly. That might be too risky. That... Okay, I don't need to... I thought Laura could move one more tile than that. That's bad. Well, I guess we're depending on a 69... It's a 69% chance to hit. We're depending on this, and I think this is a... Okay, good. Yeah. Admittedly, I didn't have to play like that. I could have just taken the... I could have just taken the kill with Edward, but nice, nice, very, very nice. Getting strength level ups early is gonna matter a lot. Laura still can't get out of this lane of traffic. I shouldn't have put Leonardo there, that was a mistake. Anyway, we gotta move Soap down here, I think, otherwise this archer is going to ruin my day, potentially. Actually, wait, if I put you here... Or I could actually just delay and stop this charade and just put my bronze dagger, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I think I can still manipulate the AI here a little bit and kind of stop this crap from just occurring. Laura should have no problem getting out. Okay, they're still... I think they're still gonna go after Sylph here, which is good. Moment of truth. Very nice. Although, yeah, he's starting to take a little bit of damage, which is good. And no reinforcements this turn, which is handy. So, I need to get you here, and with Nolan and Soph in the right spot, and ooh, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Granted, this guy is on the weaker side. That's Steel Lance is the point. So yeah, I think I need Soph to kill this archer, potentially, and then... With that in mind, I think that... Okay, I actually have to go over here to see this. So, yeah, this is terrain advantage in action. This guy can't hit me for beans, and Nolan just two-shots him. Pretty nice to have, honestly. In fact, I think I'm gonna keep my hand axe equipped so that I can do that on enemy phase. And then, ooh... I think I might just have Nolan stay here stay at that tile for now. And then we're gonna get everybody into range in order to just pounce on these guys next turn. Yeah, I'm gonna heal up and then... I think this this blocks all the tiles off, so... In fact, oh wow, I can actually poke at you from... See, if one of these guys moves, then we have a problem, but whereas where this tile stops being safe... But what I can do is I can start healing people up with more. And then, like I said, we can jump on these guys next turn, but I think we're going to be in a pretty comfortable position to avoid that. I'm going to heal up with it just in case I have to use sacrifice, but we're going to be in a pretty good spot to kill off these 3 guys next turn. There's that support bonus coming into effect. Having an A support on anybody this early provides a very, very nice stat boost, although I can't remember exactly what it is this early on. Once again, taking in full advantage of the high ground. People are just gonna keep on attacking Soap because, oh, he has no weapon. That must mean he's weak. Which isn't the case at all. That said, Eddie, can you handle this guy? You can, and that actually frees me up to do things. At least I think 13 attack to 6 defense. Yeah, if I equip the Iron Sword, he should be fine. Granted, there's a couple things I can do here, but I think this is the best use I'm gonna get out of Eddie here. And Micaiah, you double this guy because he's weighed down, so why don't you go ahead and with that? Micaiah doubling anybody is a Christmas miracle, but the Steel Lance is weighing that guy down, so we take advantage of that where we can get I think I'm going to... Yeah, we're going to do... What is your attack range? Oh, we're fine. I am going to use Soap to kill this archer. This is kind of how I like to use Jagans, is just try to use them as decoys and only kill units that I absolutely can't in order to get out of a jam. In order to get myself out of a jam, I should say. Let's make sure that I can actually kill this soldier first. I think Nolan very easily deals with it. That's a level up off of what is effectively chip damage. And there's a pretty bad level up. I forget what Leonardo's defense growth is. I remember it being weirdly high for an archer, but which, like I said, isn't bad if you can somehow get him to promotion. But I'd much rather focus on the units that I have at my disposal that aren't him. So, 86%. That's not bad. Get our hits in where we can. If anything, Nolan's skill growth isn't proccing for me, which is very weird, but it's no trouble. And here's Soap in action, just in case you really wanted to see somebody just rip through. Rip through a high priority target. Awfully fun to do in the flippity flops. So, yeah, it doesn't mean anything, but, yeah, what would normally be cutscene power to the max is actually in-game, which is a little bit nice. Anyway, this, Myrmidon is making a... Okay, he's not making a bad choice. Or he is making a bad choice, actually. This soldier, on the other hand... Yeah. Okay, so we've got 2 archers at 10 o'clock, or at 6 o'clock, excuse me. The best candidate to deal with that is actually probably going to be Nolan with a hand axe. Because I think I can bait these guys into being stupid again and just outsmart the computer one more time. This other guy, yeah, that's a bad entrance. He wasn't gonna even... Okay, fine. Good job, Leo. I think that... Yeah, everyone hasn't been getting a ton of the TLC that I've been giving other units, so we'll let him mop this guy up. Oh, he wants it, too. Oh my goodness. So let's go ahead and just use old Roland here to take advantage of some stuff. Laura can't clamber down there, but with any luck, I think I'm actually going to have Soap start opening these chests. I'm gonna save the chest key for now, just because it could be handy later. And, ooh, Wind Edge. That's a very handy head. So, remember, okay, I didn't actually mention this, but the Wind Edge is a new item to Radiant Dawn. It is basically the sword counterpart to the hand axe. This isn't actually something that was, well, it was sort of in Path of Radiance. This is a magic blade that creates a shockwave, which allows the wielder to attack from near and far. One true range item, not the best hit rate at only 60, but honestly, swords traditionally had a problem where they couldn't counter at range on enemy phase, or at least Myrmidons in general have had that problem for a long time. There's weird fringe stuff like the Sonic Sword and the Light Brand in other Fire Emblem games that tried to mitigate this, but they were usually just really niche and hard to use because they depended on the unit's magic stat, as far as I remember, rather than their strength stat. The Wind Edge, just as far as I recall, does not work that way. So it's actually a pretty nifty tool. It's going to make Edward a lot more useful than he otherwise would be, especially when dealing with things like these archers, for instance. Granted, I still probably want to make sure that, you know, people don't forget to die, but we're in a pretty good spot here, all things considered. Choice. Okay, and as much as I want Nolan to just pop down and gobsmack this guy, actually, hang on a minute. This might be good. This might be doable. Because Micaiah can pretty safely get this kill. It's after that that I'm a little concerned about. In fact, what I might do actually is give. Hang on. It's time to count. I need to make sure that I have everything right. Movement's over on... Where is it? Yeah, it's over here. It's on this string of all places. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can Laura shove him? Yes, she can. Oh, but... That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? You are a pain in my tushy, because I don't think I can kill both these guys on this turn, which means that this whole maneuver here isn't exactly safe. But I feel like I'm gonna do it anyway, or no. Let's just let Nolan pick these kills up, because his weapons are... I'm a bit worried about the durability on that steel axe. It's basically one of the only weapons for Nolan that we've got at this stage of the game. So we're just gonna make sure that we can make this as safe as possible. Anyway, so if you want to open up that other chest for us, because the Thanai, whatever you call it, Thanai seems there. This is a unique light magic spell, very effective against armored and horse-mounted units, for Micaiah only. Ignoring the weird plot reasons for the plot implications for this involving having a... Oh yeah, I can sacrifice this turn. That'd be pretty good. Ignoring the weird plot reasons why Benion's forces would be keeping a light tome that only Micaiah can use, this spell is amazing. Remember when I said there were pretty good light magic tomes for Micaiah to use? This is one of them. In fact, this might be the best spell, one of the best spells for this part of the game. It's effectively a rapier, but it's 1-2 range and it's a light magic tome. Okay, so it's nothing like a rapier, but you get the idea. I'm gonna make sure that you get the Wind Edge here. Unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do except for this, so yeah. Let's just hold what we've got for the time being. There are those soldiers. Okay, so yeah, there's a couple reinforcements that pop up behind us, but for now I think I'm gonna have Soap just try and clear the path. I think Nolan's a good candidate to deal with the reinforcements, but I want to make sure that my other units have a bit more even of an XP distribution, so I might see if Edward can help with that as well. Why do you might be asking, why am I not worried about these three guys? Well, the boss here, remember how that item is, or how that tome we just picked up is good against Armor Knights? Micaiah's gonna have a field day with this guy. He's a bit of a, well, he's not quite the wake-up call boss that Puggo was, but this guy is a primary target number 1 for that new tome we just got, so I'm not gonna be lacking any fire in just a second. Plus, Laura needs to head this way anyway, so it's probably better if we just utilize him if possible. Anyway, I think, yeah. 34 is a bit of an annoying hit, but if I remember right, neither of these guys have javelins. They do not. Although they're a bit on the beefier side when it comes to soldiers, so I might have to back up and just keep everybody together. But yeah, that's easy pickings. Normally I'd just let Nolan swipe the kill, but he needs to cover the rear here, so... With any luck, I think I might be able to use Salt to bait this guy forward, which would be beneficial. Probably by doing that, and just, you know, manipulating the AI again, but I'll take what I can get here. Let's keep the supports in range, keep the healers in range as well. And then, like I said, we'll keep everybody together as kind of just-in-case scenario. Because enemy reinforcements in this game, and probably Fire Emblem AI in general in this game, is a pretty one-track mind when it comes to smacking people in the face, so... And that guy does not move, which is curious. And I don't know if you... Oh, you would have attacked me last time, so I think I can do this. This boss is, like the last one, technically optional, except if you're playing on easy, which I'll get to in a minute. Easy mode is, well, it definitely makes these maps a lot more straightforward. These guys, I think, just get steamrolled on the earlier difficulty, but this chapter and the last one both have changed victory requirements. If it was... In this case, I think the way easy mode works is anytime you have an arrive or an escape chapter, it will actually change the objective to be something a bit more straightforward. I'm gonna keep Laura right here. I think I'm gonna keep everybody together, like last time. Put the support in range because, barring some supernatural event where one of these guys has the pass skill, I don't think we're gonna be winning. Let's do something like this, I think? Yeah, that'll force these guys into a position where only one of them can attack Edward. And the weaker guy is attacking Edward, which is exactly what I'm going to do. Although 12 is... Yeah, this is where we run into problems. Can't quite use Edward like I normally would, but he is taking heat away from Poland, which is pretty useful. Thankfully, the weaker of those two guys was targeting Edward down, but I've got to make sure that he at least can be safe and not have these two guys team up on him and kill him. Anyway, I'm just going to yoink this, because you're going to let me. Anyway, Micaiah, dear, why don't you just show off your new toy? Yeah. Show off your new toy here. 14, so regular light tome... Actually, yeah. Regular light tome, 9 attack, 9 might, 7 hit. Panty tome, +5, because why not? Like, heck yeah, I'm gonna use this. This is a tome that you can thankfully use with Reckless Abandon. Even though you're thinking, oh, Rapier, I have to save it for special occasions. No, that is cow talk in Fire Emblem. You use these and you use them with Reckless Abandon. Hell, I'd be double fisting that shit if I had my choice in the matter. And, Wind Edge is what? Oh, no. No. This is when we do this. And we wait. We wait like good boys and girls. Patient play will see me through a lot of things in this case. Namely, the safest option is probably to give this guy some pepper. And then Edward can actually kill either of these guys if he so chooses. I think what I might do is... Yeah, I'm gonna do this first. And then this might be the last attack I use Nolan for this chapter. Just because I want to keep that steel axe at high enough of a durability, weapon durability, as I can get it. Oh my freaking god! I think Brolin is online. He leveled up strength 3 times, and is just like, yeah, he got everything that I could possibly want out of him. Bravo! Bravo frickin' no. Oh my god. Yeah, and then we'll just deal with you on enemy phase. Yes, please, sir, attack, so you're definitely gonna hit. Yes, please, sir, attack, so you actually hit. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I think these two are gonna be pretty much done here. Anyway, you're a tile too far away, but I can fix that. I think we'll use the light tone here, just because, why not? I'm not gonna one-shot this guy with this, with either one, so I might as well just give him the and then immediately shove him back. This guy can't heal, so he's basically just gonna be sitting there. Now we're gonna keep Laura with the rest of the group if possible. I could have ended the chapter at any point, but the boss is worth killing, not just for the XP, but for a lot of things, actually. And I hope to God that steel bow isn't running out of uses, because that archer drops that, and I want it. He is perfect. Anyway, we're actually gonna make a contribution with the... Ooh, maybe not. Yeah, this is a load of here, but... Okay, the Fanny Town will do the work. Micaiah hasn't leveled up magic as much as I wanted to, which is kind of why I need to rely on the Fanny Town as a bit of a crutch. This could fix that, though. Neat. Again, the most important stats, and she also got HP. I'm gonna have Soap kill this guy just because we'll use the card just to show off the extra crit rate. It's not... This isn't a good weapon in the long run, but in Soap's hands in this part of the game... Oh, Nelly. No crit here, but... It's just a powerhouse option for us. Definitely going to be useful. Steel bow acquired. Handy. I could have had Edward deal with him, but like I said, I think I'm just going to save the uses on my different options for this time. And as far as I know, the boss doesn't move in 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're good. So I don't need to shove or anything. And speaking of shoving, we are almost done. Because if I remember right, effective weaponry, yeah, Goodbye, Zaytan. It was nice knowing you. He can one-shot us too, which is really funny, but this is just so much better. Yeah, like I said, adios. Facilitate me! I've got you! Lucky for you, Jared wants you alive, but there's no escaping now. We have killed all of your guys. How have you not noticed this? I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Oh, how puppets try to disappoint me, and I'll break both your arms. That's an oddly specific threat. Especially for one in range of, yeah. Next time, eat a salad. I don't know. He's a big, fat, armor knight dude. With this many, we can't hold them back. Call for reinforcements. There are none left, buddy. Anyway, that chest he was guarding? Yeah, you bet your Nelly that was worth it. Boss was optional, but this energy drop, strength +2, anything but optional, as far as I'm concerned. Alright, Laura, we're good. Let's get out of here. At last, glory be! The abbot will have his medicine. Wait for me here. I'll return soon. Well done, everybody. Are we all present and accounted for? I guess so. I don't know how we got out of that without being punished. Wait, Laura's missing. She was just with me. Let's split up and search for her. Micaiah, you come with me. The forest is huge. We can cover more ground if we search individually. Micaiah, please. This is why... First rule of D&D is you don't split the party. Especially a party that has to play this scrappy. But let's rendezvous at Kunu Swamp in 3 months' time. Somebody's nearby. You sensed me, didn't you? Where is Laura? And you saw through my ruse. You're as clever as they say, my dear. You even came alone. How brave of you. Was that to give your friends a chance to escape? What a thought. Micaiah, don't come any closer. Laura, let her go. She isn't one of us. Now, you know I can't do that. She's a valuable hostage, just like you. No, Eunuch, fly away. Try to bird. Yes, get this mangy, flying bag of bones out of here before I squash it like a fly. Enough of this. Back to the castle. As long as we have these two, the others don't matter. So, all hands, withdraw. This is what happens when you turn into Dudley Do-Right. We're not going to pass go, and we're not going to get $200. Good job, Micaiah. Anyway, that took... Yeah, it took about a half an hour. I might as well do this chapter 2. We're at the 2-hour mark, so we might as well. Chapter 3, A Faint Light. This one is a doozy. Glaive Prison. I thought we were going to the castle. I guess this is the castle. But the others escaped. I'm sure they are safe and secure. Just as I'm sure the abbot got his medicine. Wait, you didn't take him into him yourself. Laura. Laura. In your veins does not flow the blood of Dracula. Anyway. Pardon, excuse me, not to pry, but did you know you're bleeding? You've got some blood on your sleeve there. Oh, you're right. I've been so distracted I didn't even notice. Unfortunately, there are no vulneraries to heal you in this rat hole. Here, try wrapping this cloth around your wound. Thank you very much. I don't believe we've met, Micaiah. But I was about to say, I've definitely met you before. I'm Amy. I've been a lucky guest in this dungeon for quite some time. On behalf of myself and my snoozing friend over there, Ileana, it's been very nice to meet you, Micaiah. Why are you two in here? I wish I knew! I belong to a merchant caravan that was passing through en route to the next market day. When we arrived here, we were brought to this charming prison against our will. Now we await the General's pleasure. I see. Well, that doesn't sound good. How unfortunate. So you can talk. You've been so quiet over there, I assumed you didn't speak our language. If you wish, you may use this salve on your wound. It's an infusion of olive grass. Olive grass? I've never heard of it. Are you sure it's safe?
It's unquestionably safe and effective. Thank you most kindly. I'll try it. Well, aren't you the trusting one? Are you honestly comfortable applying a strange medicine to your wound? I am. I know it will work. Thank you for sharing your medicine. You're welcome. I hear something. Yeah, of course. Here you are. So, Yune, I'm glad both of you are alright. Sorry it took so long to get here. Hello. Well, hello. I remember you. You've certainly grown up to be easy on the eyes. They've been a little small. You two know each other? Somewhat. We crossed paths during the war. Let's get out of here before the guards come. I'll open the door, then we'll find a way out. I would like to help you get out here too. Like Amy, I have no idea why I've been imprisoned. May I join you? By all means. Thank you very much. My name is Kurth. Well then, Kurth, after you. Yeah, he's totally not somebody that we know. I don't know what we're talking about. He has a hood. You can't recognize him at all. Anyway. Guess we got outside easily enough, and everybody got in easily enough. Nolan, Edward, Leonardo, it's so good to see you all. How did she manage to sneak in this far without my help? Yeah, exactly. Oddly, one of the soldiers let us in the back way. A Bennion soldier? Yes, he said, if you're here to save Laura, follow me. How strange. Why would a Bennion soldier mention me? The prisoners are escaping! Ooh, this is dicey. This is extremely dicey. Surprise, surprise, they found us. Micaiah, this is for you. My tome, how did you get it? I didn't know it was yours, but I figured I could use it, so at the armory I borrowed it too. Well done, so now I can pull my weight in front. And a staff for you, sister. Thank you very much. I can fight too. Could you lend me that tome? What, you mean this one? Eliana, I didn't know you used light magic too. So, that's a tome of lightning magic. It is? I give up. You just grabbed it randomly. You know I can't read the old language. The letters all look the same to me. Here, if this one would work, take it. Just like old times, right, Eliana? Thank you. And yes, I don't want to fight, but I'm glad I'll get to fight alongside you again. Eliana, if you're not up to it, don't feel pressured to fight. We can handle these soldiers. You look a little woozy. Are you sure you're gonna be alright? She's fine, Micaiah. She's always like that. But I can fight. I'm never. The food here was terrible. I mean, hardly gets I really hate vengeance. Skull takes her food pretty seriously. Interesting. Missy Eliana is as hungry as ever. Don't worry about us. We'll carefully tiptoe around you all. The point I can't fight. Oh, bullshit. Anyway. So, we'll stay out of harm's way. Good luck, everyone. I don't mean for you, Amy. I mean for the guy behind you. I'm sorry to impose upon you. Please be careful. So, yeah. Welcome to this chapter. I've never been good with this one. Everyone has a Fire Emblem chapter that I think they suck at. Frankly, I would like to patch over old wounds and make sure that I can actually handle this mission properly. So, why is this map so difficult? Well, honestly, most of the enemies here are just a cut above. Yeah, they're already using steel weapons. In fact, all of them are, as far as I'm concerned. Or as far as I'm aware of it. And then the boss here, Burton, he's the least of our concerns, even though his stats are pretty much up to snuff. He is using a wind edge, though, which is kind of what neuters him a little bit in terms of effectiveness. Like I said, Edward will be able to make use of this sword more effectively eventually, and if not, I kind of have a hand on who might, or somebody might, but... Yeah, this guy, unlike the last couple of bosses, he will move to attack you, and his range is very high. These thickets will slow him down, but once he gets past this, he's got this big open area here to work with. This chapter is very difficult for this stage in the game. What I remember on my first playthrough, this is the part where I got stuck. And boy did I get stuck. Anyway, the best plan of attack for this is there's two routes that we can take. We can use these trees as cover in order to ensure that, like, we can actually take this initial group of enemies head on, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm not too fond of Edward's durability at this stage of the game. He's still at largely base defense. I think he only leveled it up once. And Nolan and Sove are both up for the task of frontlining for us, but my strategy is usually to back up into this area, mining the archers that are along here, which this guy can't attack through this door, and the combination of this wall and this tree kind of makes it difficult for him to get through. It's only walls like this that he can kind of attack through, and I guess this one as well, but yeah. Like I said, keeping clear of this tile and this tile is going to do us wonders. And what I did the last time I played this was I actually ducked down through here, and I took this route to escape. There's two ways you can approach this chapter, technically. You can go clockwise, like I just demonstrated, or you can go counterclockwise, but for reasons that'll become obvious to us later, excuse me, going counterclockwise is marginally more efficient, so although it's harder, I am going to try to do that. Excuse me, but as you can tell, I've been talking for long enough, and my third is telling me to take a quick break, so I'm going to go ahead and do that and BRB. Alright, it wasn't obvious from my... Okay, yeah. I was a little worried there. If it wasn't obvious from my chair movements, I'm back. Sorry if my mic picked that up. I have been meaning to upgrade my microphone a little bit, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I just haven't had the time or the resources to do it. I've actually got an Audio-Technica 2050, I think? Yeah, I've got a condenser mic in my apartment, actually, but the problem is it requires a specific setup that I don't have yet. You really need something like a UX2, I believe, or it's called like an S2S converter box or something like that. It converts a coaxial signal into a USB signal that can plug into your computer, but the problem is that's a pretty pricey piece of hardware, and I haven't really had the budget for that with things like holiday travel, MagFest coming up, and things like that. So, by the way, I am going to be at MagFest. If anybody cares about it, some people might. Personally, I'm just more so hoping to see a bunch of people there that I don't get to hang out with that often. Folks like Kion and stuff like that. But anyway... Actually, is he even live tonight? I don't think I've rated him ever, but we'll see. We've got a chapter to clear before we get into this. It's an escape chapter like 2 chapters ago, but... If I'm being honest, okay, yeah, this is where things get really annoying, just because I don't know how people take this... Usually what I see people do is they take these trees right here as a more aggressive position, but these guys are nasty, so... I want to make sure that I can kind of play defensive and make sure that I can take advantage of terrain. Speaking of terrain, we've got thickets. Eddie here is going to demonstrate the might of this whole thing for us by taking this fighter out for us. Actually, I think I might have needed him to move forward a little bit, but I think I can create just enough room for everybody. My most vulnerable unit right now is... shit. That might have been
bad, because... Yeah, I actually hang in sick. I'm gonna do something that is a lot easier in this game compared to its sequel, or prequel. We're just gonna go into the Wii Home menu and reset the software. Yay. That should just load right to the title screen, I think. Come on, game, I hear you clicking. There we go. Anyway, let's go ahead and restart the chapter. This should skip us right ahead to... Yeah, we gotta skip through the cutscenes here. The 3 dialogue sections. Yeah, I needed to be more... I know I said I was gonna be aggressive, but I need Eddie to be a bit more... tenacious here. That's the word. Yeah, because he actually does a pretty big number on this guy, even with the wind edge, which he will gladly demonstrate for us. Very handy item. And it does scale off of... The main reason that it's so useful is because, as you can see, it scales off of his admittedly kind of piss-poor strength compared to using a magic stat. So, very nice to have. Anyway, I don't remember how I did this exactly, but... I think I see how to get through this, okay, because Leonardo, Laura, and Micaiah are my most vulnerable units by far, and we need to clear and secure out this area as kind of a just in case. So I think I can put Ileana in the thicket and she'll be fine. I'll get to her in a minute, but she's actually, well, she seems quite a bit better than everybody else, but there's a reason for that. Micaiah right here, and then I'll put... It's mainly you guys that I have to worry about, and you have a range of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, yeah, moving you here will be fine, and then I think I'm gonna drop Nolan in this thicket. He should be able to tank a lot of the damage. I might use that Draco shield on him and push next to him. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention one nice change. Never mind, I might have to... Shit. Okay, thankfully Amy didn't move very far. And this guy's attacking Nolan, which I expected. So, one of the nice changes that I forgot to demonstrate was, Nolan doubled him. That's helpful. Very helpful. Like I said, Roland is online, and boy howdy, he's gonna be doing the work. And this guy's also attacking Oh, you know what it is, actually? I should explain, because Ileana can do a good job of it for us. I didn't expect that to hit, but that's okay. You're gonna run away, which is okay. And, okay, that's something that we can address. So, yeah, let's talk about Ileana for now, because actually, wait, let me talk about what I was going to talk about first. These 2 commands here, Order and Direct, these are specific to your commander. What I can do is, beforehand, you couldn't, if you moved your lord in Path of Radiance, you lost access to these 2 features. But I could have Micaiah wait on this turn, and I would still be able to select it. Obviously, because after I moved Ileana, my turn ended. Yeah, so thankfully I can move these guys over to this target area, and we will be fine. Also, that guy took off and didn't even attack Edward. I don't know what the AI was doing this turn, but yeah, can still select Micaiah perfectly fine, which is useful. So, yeah, this guy is gonna be a pain in the ass, but this gives me a good segue to talk about Ileana, because she is the first unit out of basically the entire cast from this point forward, with a couple of exceptions, that is returning from Path of Radiance. There's... Not to harp on this point too much, because it'll become more evident later on in the game than anywhere else. Every single unit that was playable in Path of Radiance returns in Radiant Dawn, and then some, actually. There's a... But like I said, I'm getting ahead of this a bit. Ileana's the first returning unit, and she's kind of okay. She was one of the better mages in Path of Radiance.
and was basically competing with Soren for the mage slot. This game, she's kind of been downgraded to just okay status. Why? Well, it's not down to her growth stats or possibly her growths or anything like that. It's down to how magic was handled for the transition between Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. Thunder magic in particular got significantly nerfed from its Path of Radiance counterpart. As you can see here, Elf Thunder, for instance, is pretty heavy at 6 weight. Ileana actually has a 45% strength growth to account for this, because most of the Thunder tomes beyond just basic Thunder are very heavy. That said, she does have one other weird utility that I forgot to mention. So what? You may be wondering, why did Myrmidon attack Nolan when Ileana was the juicier target? In fact, I don't think he could double her. Yeah, no, he couldn't with that steel sword, but why do that? Well, Ileana has the Shade skill. Reduces the chance an enemy will detect the unit and attack. That's not exactly what this does, but lo and behold, it did kind of work here. A reduced presence meant that this guy actually prioritized Nolan, who he had weapon triangle advantage over, versus attacking Ileana. And let's just say, they're not quite in the Marv Scream territory anymore, but Thunder Magic, while nerfed, is still pretty potent. Allow me to demonstrate. Because this guy's a pretty high priority target. Down to 6. I will take any unit I can get at this point in the game, and yeah, she's no exception here. I don't know what her viability is long-term, even though if I remember right, because of how this game works, she's actually going to be available for more of the game than any other unit, period, which is weird, but also kind of handy, if it comes down to it. Edward, finish your breakfast. I'm beginning to understand why people don't back into that corner immediately, but it is kind of handy for controlling a couple of events that program matter a little bit in the foreseeable future, but... And by the foreseeable future, I mean it's... There goes Edward, getting an Edward-ass level up again. A bit of strength would be nice, but I can play around that a little bit. Actually, wait, no, I can't. If he gets one more point of strength, he won't be as... I think it makes it more liable to use the steel turret. Yeah, kill myself, but anyway. Leonardo, you're gonna need to do some work here for me, I think, because I need Nolan to block up that tile in between those 2 trees. Damn it. There's the first miss of the game that I kind of need to be a hit. Soth, I think, can mop that guy up because Nolan can't hit this guy for beans, but he can... Yeah, I'm worried about these 2 soldiers in particular, and thankfully what I can do is... Clobber, yeah, one-shot you. I can put Nolan here, shove Micaiah back so that she's out of range, and then Soth can hit this guy. Because otherwise I'm out of viable attacking options, and it would have been nice if Leonardo got that kill, but we don't have that one. Anyway, you're wearing... your armor's too heavy, so prepare to get wrecked. This is a bit risky because of Micaiah's positioning, but if I shove her back, then we should be in the clear. It's another level up. I believe I'm up to 6. Yes. Oh my... okay. One more stat up than last time. I think she listened to me complaining during Chapter 2 and figured she'd get the let out. Anyway, that only leaves Laura, who doesn't really have a lot of good options for healing, but... I guess I'll put her here. It's kind of important that we keep her on the left side of the map. For reasons that will possibly become a next turn. Because you might have noticed that one of those soldiers looked a little bit different from the other ones. He had like a portrait and everything. Interesting. Anyway, these 2 will get the heck out of dodge. Amy is very squishy, but I actually haven't inspected those 2 yet, but We will in due time. Anyway, I need to make sure that... Ooh, this could get ugly. Because I don't know if that's completely safe. The fact that he didn't kill that guy is actually pretty handy. Okay. We've got our work cut out for us here, but I think, yes, okay, Edward's in a good position to hold it. This is going to take everybody, but I'm actually going to balance it here. Is adjusting this. So before we get into what I need to do this turn, let's check these two out. Amy here is, well, Vendor isn't a class that appears elsewhere in the game, but a member of a traveling merchant train who has no combat skills. Weirdly high magic, though. I don't know what that means. Affiliation independence. But yeah, pretty bad stats across the board. 0 luck, which is actually kind of fun. Knowing the context of Path of Radiance, that's probably an in-joke more than anything else. Further, though, suspiciously pretty bulky. Units current maximum endpoints. He's got 55, which for an enigmatic traveler who roams the continent while remaining neutral in all conflicts is a little bit suspect. More importantly, well, his skills don't actually indicate anything, but yeah, he's weirdly tanky. You can kind of use him as a decoy if you want, but I think keeping these guys alive actually is a requirement for some bonus experience, so we're going to try to make the most of that. Now, I think these guys are out of range, and it's really Burton that I'm worried about more than anything else, because baiting him out requires some very, very tricky maneuvering, but at the very least, if you're... I forgot to mention, if you're playing on easy, you gotta kill him. That's your only requirement, but let's see, 253s... A 91? Ooh, this is where this gets annoying, because I think I can kill both of these guys. Oh, okay, Ileana's gonna make this pretty easy. Because you are you one tile too far away? I think you are, and I can't shove, so that is kind of a pain in the keister, but I think I can get everybody back and just use... It's Aaron here that I'm worried about, because he does have a javelin, which is a bit annoying, but more importantly, where do I check this? I think it's actually under units. So if we go all the way over into personal data... Oh, wait, this doesn't even show it. Oh, yeah, no, over here. Conversation. Laura has one with, Aaron over there. Weird. Huh? But, we are now in a difficult situation where, if I'm not careful, because of this stupid thicket, I can't actually get... Wait, can I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's see how we have to do this. So I think the problem is these two guys are blocking me. But... And this is a pretty big but, this is trickier than I thought it would be. Although I think... hang on, I think I can figure this out. So, like always, you lead with your least effective hits, so in this case that belongs to Mr. Eddie here. Only one of them hit, which I kind of expected. I was effectively taking the point of it. So that's annoying because that means that Soph or Leonardo will have to pick up this spell. In fact, Soph could make this ridiculously easy if I wanted him to. Give this one to... Wait, what is your bow rank? I might have you help out here. Just because that's guaranteed damage. Yeah, okay. I think I understand how to solve the Rubik's Cube puzzle, as it were. The only thing I'm not really accounting for is... This guy's range is... I don't think he moves. Actually, he doesn't, because he would have attacked Nolan last turn. But, all things considered, yes, okay, we're gonna be in the clear. Just because, I think, yeah, these two together contribute towards another game. zappy. Ooh, okay. Zappity zap zap indeed. So many unnecessary crits. This is... I guess this is trademark for me at this point. I don't know what else to say, but thankfully that cleared the way, and... talk. Aaron? I can't believe it. It is you. Laura. I knew it, but Aaron, why? I really need Sure Dane to incite with anyone. Sure Dane, I'm not sure if I still am. Not since the family of origins from me, I'm trying to be. But I could never do anything to hurt you. You've always been like a little sister to me. Get out of here, Laura. While you still have a chance. I'm turning right out. But what about Micaiah and Soap? They risked their lives fighting for the Abbot. And for me. I couldn't possibly abandon them now, not even if it meant saving myself. Oh. What's wrong? I can't keep lying to myself any longer. I know what Benyon is doing today and is despicable, and I can't support it. Then, from now on, I'm fighting for what's right, just like the Abbot tells. Come on, let's get you and everyone else out of here. Wonderful. Thank you, Aaron. I knew it. You haven't changed a bit. You're as considerate as ever. Your family would have been so proud. Yeah, I'm sure they would have. Oh. Oh no, he's got that on him the whole chapter. No, will this clear it? No, it won't. Okay. That's actually pretty funny. I might be able to... Hang on, I have an idea. That's a pretty funny graphical glitch, because I can't take that off. He might be stuck with it. You know what, we're just gonna leave it. Let's talk about Aaron anyway, because we went through all the trouble of recruiting him. Level 7 soldier, not too often you get playable soldiers in the game, although Path of Radiance had Ebony and I guess Devdon and stuff, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Aaron is, in this case, he is a soldier. Common lance-wielding soldiers have average abilities. They are known for their reliability and strength. Reliability indeed, because we've been lacking in units that can competently frontline, and while it is a little bit difficult to get the ball rolling with Aaron because he's got a pretty low speed overall, if you're able to do it, he is very, very reliable as a tank. He has a 70%, I think, defense rate, growth rate, which is... It's a bit weird for a soldier to have that, because they're supposed to be jack-of-all-trades units, but this is one case where the weird, wonky stat growths that Dawn Brigade units get actually kind of works out in your favor. Is it worth it? Well, his bases are so average that, depending on who you talk to, this guy's just not really worth it. It takes some pretty blatant favoritism on your part to like I said, get that ball rolling. If you're able to do so, though, I've had pretty good success with him in the past. He's firmly in the okay category as far as units are concerned, even though I kind of hyped him up a little bit, but honestly, being an okay in an army with units that have either questionable or just outright lousy potential overall, pretty good, honestly. Not too much to complain about. Now, with him dealt with, I am actually going to make a battle save here, because we are going to be hitting a bit of a quagmire here in a second. I think I'm going to keep those units at the back. I think I'm going to keep these two in the back corner. I think I'm going to move them right here, though, just so I can keep them within a turn's distance of me in case something happens. What I will do, though, is we're going to move forward here and we're going to use a vulnerability. He's going to be pretty critical, and I guess we're going to have to move Soap up as well, now that I think about it, because the boss Burton is our next objective, or at least taking him out. I don't think any of these guys will take him out. We may have a free turn here, which is good, but... because reinforcements will keep spawning in until around turn 15, and I kind of got done with everything faster than I expected, so we've got an opportunity to use Aaron here, and this is where having a unit like Ileana around this is where indirect fire would be very handy, but as I demonstrated, or as I possibly might demonstrate, this is maybe not the best option, but let's put him here, and then we'll equip the Javelin, even though that's not the best weapon for me to be using, just because I want to be able to bait out this Archer on enemy things. Because the more these guys that I can just peel off bit by bit before the boss shows up, the easier time I'm going to have down the road. It's going to take Nolan with a hand axe or so to lure out the boss. And once I do, I'm going to want to have Micaiah in a good position to just one-shot him with the Fanny Tome, so he can't run around in this area like I was talking about and just start wind-edging people. Because remember, if one person dies, back to the beginning. I did... Oh, hey, that went away. That glitch went away. I mean, it would have been funny if it stuck around, but it didn't happen. Anyway, I think the furthest I can pull this guy out is this tile right here, so I'm just gonna move Aaron down one, and will, if I remember right, this guy actually, yeah, he can't actually attack the tile next to him, so this is a fair game. Even if I get hit here, which we might, I think Aaron's still tanky enough to actually take both these hits on the ship. That's 7, and then this guy has 22 attack. Yeah, Aaron can't take 2 more hits like that, but his not quite sister here will be able to catch him up. The other thing that I could do is, remind me again, you have 5 on, which actually means that Edward and not Micaiah, but Leonardo can actually help me out here a little bit. Rescue and take? Drop. Always a handy feature in a Fire Emblem we have. Now I'm going to move you guys in, and then I'm going to have you guys kind of keep along the edge here. Just so you can maneuver in when I need you to, and then we're going to keep my in support range. I'm also going to... This could... Yeah. Let's see what this does, because I may have done this on the wrong team. You're gonna move into attack Aaron. That was a bit of a weird one. Wait, you did this! You didn't attack! Okay, I think this might be a bait. This is probably a mega bait, but Aaron's almost done with his appetizer. Yeah, this is a... This sucker's trying to bait me. This is actually what's happening. Where's Edward? Come on. Look at that mega bait. Seriously, what? Does Aaron even... No. Like... Huh?
What difficulty am I playing? This is on normal. I'm not playing on hard because I kind of don't like... This is an unmodded, like, physical copy, so... Yeah, I don't like some of the changes that hard mode plays. Also, hi EXO, I didn't see you. I guess I was just flabbergasted by this guy, but... Yeah, not a hard mode playthrough, mainly because frick the hard mode of this game. If for whatever reason you're emulating this, there actually is a mod that you can find that takes, or puts, like, checking enemy ranges, for instance, and puts them back in the game. It removes some of the more questionable features that hard mode incorporates in the normal version. I would be playing that, but I'm kind of partly deep-resting a little bit, so anyway. Yeah, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Yeah, I play on normal because it's too late to get the mod, yeah. I'm glad you're aware of it. Also, hi, how are you doing? I always love to see first-time players here. Anyway, yeah, well, I guess we can just bonk this guy on the head. I don't know what else I can do here. I guess I could get this kill to Annie, but, like, good lord, I mean... The other thing I'm gonna do is probably move you over here, because I don't want these to... Actually, I think I'm gonna... How are you? It's a Monday. I'm playing this game, though, so I'm honestly doing pretty alright. I think I'm gonna keep them in the corner for now, because... Yeah, good grief, that's just kind of annoying. Having to deal with that. I'm gonna... Honestly, because it's satisfying, I think I'm gonna
at least so I can... Forgive me while I waffle here. Things get very tricky at this point because of the boss. Hopefully I'm not making a tragic error, because I think the... Okay, yeah, we're good, because... Yeah, this is, the rest of this map we haven't even gotten to yet, but... Hopefully I can keep everybody in a nice, comfortable poking position to deal with the boss in the next turn. Or I could speed this up. The knights don't move. That makes sense. Although, they both have ranged weapons, so that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh, well, one of them definitely would have attacked Laura, so hopefully they don't move, otherwise I'm gonna... We're just gonna do this, because it's... What? Oh, okay. Well... I guess Soap's not doing anything this turn, so... Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind a bit of backseating with this game, just because this is my third playthrough of it, so I'm not exactly hurting for, like, answers and stuff. And actually it might be handy because of things like hidden items, because, like, good grief. This game gets really annoying. So, I think for this, I'm gonna have Nolan bait the boss out with a hand axe. This guy has pretty shitty... This guy's one saving grace is he's got a pretty shitty hit rate, so I might be okay here. Actually, I could have Aaron bait him out as well, but... I don't care. 11 defense versus Nolan's 10. Honestly, that might be worth it, but I kind of don't want to have him... He's going to be standing on a thicket no matter what, but this, I think, is a more awkward position to kill. It's gonna be the same position no matter what. What am I talking about? Yeah, go. Aaron, be free, like the antelope. Go sit in the corner and don't think about what you've done, because you haven't done anything of unimportance to me. Anyway, I'm gonna need Soap to be right next door. I want that discipline scroll that the boss has. You can... That's not the only one in the game, if memory serves, but... It is fairly useful to have. Even though I don't have access to the base until after this chapter. Okay, let's just... I don't remember what turn the reinforcements come out of this door, but I want to make sure that that's not a problem. I think it might be this turn, if I'm being honest. Here comes the boss. Yeah, you won't get away. I'll slice through you like a hot knife through cold butter. I don't know what voice I'm getting these guys. Questionable, but it still works. Ha! Well, neither of us can hit each other for beans, but that's to be expected. Okay, so this is when everybody moves forward, and it'll be close, yeah. One thing I love about the animations in this game is that soldiers actually block with their shield instead of doing the cha-cha slap. Okay. And we have a problem, because I need to... Yeah, this is when... Actually, wait, I have an idea, because this area is completely safe, but if I bait these guys back with Edward... Yeah, it's a turn... It's start of turn 7. I thought it was end of turn 7, but... How far of the... maneuver... How far of an attack range do you have? Or movement range? Because I think you're... Oh, you're 6, and Kurt's definitely 6, so... Yeah, I gotta mind the archer. In fact, I might be sandwiched here, which would be a little bit unfortunate, but... I might need... Okay. I need to think about this, because this archer is, like most archers in part 1 of Radiant Dawn, is, like, probably enemy number 1, but... take care of that problem for me with just candy. Like you said, these guys don't move. This guy definitely does, so I gotta worry about it. I think the best thing that I can do is probably get Eddie in a position where he, or just ignore, we're just gonna break line of sight on these guys. I kind of want to, I think it's a reset because they have to escape. I don't think they do, actually. If these guys start chasing after my ally units, then yeah, but if I remember right, if one of these guys takes a lot of damage, they just leave. I mean, well, I might have bad intel on this because War of Dragons lies to you sometimes, but, yeah. I think if I do have to reset, I had a battle save around the point where I recruited Aaron, so we would only be rewinding like 3 or 4 turns. But anyway, because one thing that I have to do is... So it still has the energy drop. And the steel bow, now that I think about it. I want this. Yoink. And thankfully he's blocking that tile, so that did create a bit of an edge gap. That did create a bit of a gap for us. In fact, one thing that I'll do is... I think I can blockade everybody off, and... Yeah, so... Here's my thing. We take care of this. And then this tile is dangerous, this tile is not, that Nolan's standing on, so... Do I want him to... honestly, it could help a little bit, because I don't remember... Let's actually check. Oh, okay, yeah, it was nice knowing you, Mr. Burton. So that's a one-shot no matter what, but... Actually, if it's a one-shot, why don't I just put her here? Because... Oh, that's right. Never mind. Okay. I don't trust Eddie to be able... Oh, he can't even do that. See, I remember he has... Yeah, he's got 13 defense, so he's no slouch in terms of combat, but... Yeah, basically the safest tile is where Nolan is standing, but I also need him to move forward, so... Hang on, stop. Pause for station identification. I solved the Rubik's Cube puzzle. You! Crawl quietly back into your cell, and I'll spare you. More than that, don't be so sure. This isn't our first fight, and it won't be our last. Brave yet foolish sentiment. Before the might of the Empire, you lowlifes are just cracked dirt beneath my boots. Bonk. Nice, got the level up. Oh my god, okay. Favorite FE game? This one, actually. I really like how, because you play this already, that even if you run, there is no place for you scum to go. It is this one just because I really like how this game takes advantage of, like, shifting perspectives and stuff like that. Because normally in Fire Emblem games, the one thing that I kind of have the biggest problem with is the fact that most of the time, how should I word this? Most of the time, you kind of get into a groove with, like, your chosen units in your given army, and once that happens, you don't really deviate too far away from it. The exception, I think, is probably, like, Thracia 776 because of the fatigue system, but Thracia is a game I personally find very exhausting to play, so I don't like to fire up the old cartridge unless, like, or cartridge in quotes, because that game is only on the Super Famicom. But you get the idea, like, it's... That game is a beast in terms of... Hang on, do you live? You do live, okay. Well, maybe you don't, because I think if Aaron takes all 3 attacks here, he dies. 17... Yeah, it's exactly 20. But no one could... Oh yeah, this is the power of Prologue right here. Check this out. Okay, well, this might be a little bit questionable, but hear me out, hear me out. I got more to say. This is my favorite alongside FE4. I've never actually played FE4, if you can believe it. My intent with streaming these games was actually to start with the two Tellius games and then work backwards. Thracia always drew me in because it's like, ooh, it's the sorry for this analogy, it's the Dark Souls hard game and all this other stuff, like, in terms of its difficulty, so, hang on a minute. What's your con, actually? If I remember right, yeah, Aaron's pretty beefy, so, personally what I would like him to do is, like, get up here and try to bait one of these guys over. Baiting over the Archer, I think, would be good, because Eddie can't take both of these guys' hits on the chin, but he can take one of them, if memory serves, because that's 21 attack, and he definitely doesn't get outspent. So, oh my god, I didn't notice his inventory. Yeah, so what I can do, actually, is I could kill this guy with Aaron, or I could just, like, there's a couple things I can do here. Because I think I can bait at least the Archer over, and then... let me think about this, because 6 defense versus 21 attack. I think Eddie survived that. He takes a ton of damage, but it's Edward, so it's acceptable. It's an outcome I'm willing to accept. That will hopefully bait both of these guys over, and then, yes, it looks like I'm sandwiched, but that's better than my two allies taking any damage. Likes to use everyone or focus on a few units. I ultimately focus on a few units, but this part of the game, you understand, is special. It is kind of easier for me to not try to use everybody per se, but focus on a few units and trying to get them as... in, like, a very uber-tier position. I'm mainly using what the game gives me right now because, like I said, this is the Dawn Brigade. I will take whoever I can get and take whatever scrappy victories I can pull out. At least for now. Once we get certain units that you're probably familiar with, that's going to change very fast. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Now, what I'm worried about is... actually, I healed Nolan, so he should be fine. Also, this guy's hit that sucks. You're attacking, so that's questionable. I guess because, yeah, Soap can't hit back, and also Nolan would counter kill it. Part of me wonders if I should have equipped the axe, but okay, yeah, these guys can't do shit. And we've successfully created a traffic jam. So, as far as the units in the Dawn Brigade that I typically like to use, I've used Edward a bunch in the past to actually considerable success. I guess I'm answering the question right now. I've invested in Aaron, and that's worked out pretty well. Nolan is always a must investment, and his level-ups have been kind of insane. He's gotten strength 3 times, which is very, very good, at least for this early, so... yeah, might be feeling old girl in here for a little bit. Those are the 3 for right now. I guess since we're here. Jill almost always gets picked from me, because it's Jill. I've never really put a bunch into Zahark, and he's kind of the reason that I'm, like, a little iffy on Edward right now, even though Edward has been critting, quote-unquote, accidentally a bunch just to get my attention. Anyway, if this is a crit, he dies, so I don't want that. That being said, that's a free kill whoever wants it, and, well, free kills and Micaiah, name 2 things that go together. Micaiah always try to invest in a little bit, because once she promotes, she becomes actually a pretty good healer, so, and believe me, the Dawn Brigade's tough. You can definitely help me out here. And then, I think those guys are safe in the corner for right now, but part of me wants to make sure that I target them back over. I'm gonna target them over here, and then I'm gonna kind of leapfrog them back over to where I am. Because if I remember right, there's enemy reinforcements from here on turn 12 or 15, and I want to make sure that they're either... These guys are either away closer to me, or they're just gone completely. And you... Yeah, you took the distance. Aaron is pretty good against Myrmidons, so that's probably gonna be what we have to do. I think Soph has to kill this archer, because I don't see any other way of handling it. That said, these guys are a bit of a big butt in my balls, so... Yeah. 1 damage, okay. So, I think actually what's probably the most beneficial in terms of using my resources, I have no idea. This turn, really, I mean, you can play this pretty fast, but I guess because of the way that I use the target command, it's gonna take me a couple of turns. Turn 15, I know, is the last turn that enemy reinforcements show up. But yeah. Dropping over, just having them, I have to be careful with the target command, because I don't want them to go over here and then this guy usually just attacks them. That being said... Speaking of being done with the map, apparently on the last time I played this game, which was half a lifetime ago, I guess, the last time I played this I was 14, I went around this way, and for whatever reason, it took me 33 turns to beat this map, which is just inhuman. I don't know what I was doing. There's some decisions I made in the past, because I had a lot of difficulty with this map when I played this game blind for the first time, but... Honestly, like, I don't know what I was smoking that it took me 33 turns to do this. Was I looking for hidden items? Like, that's the only thing I can think of. Anyway, faster away at this guy because it's just... Anyway, this guy doesn't move, but this guy does, so I think at the very least, it's probably not worth it to get the kill with him. Like, no one's right here. And this is a freebie. I just make a huge shove chain and have so through the heavy lifting. I don't blame you, this map sucks. Oh, thank you. That saved me from having to buy that for Aaron. I love thieves for this reason. Like, when I played through Path of Radiance, I had bulk stealing so many men stabs. It was like, it felt like they were giving, the game was giving them away in boxes of cereal. This could miss, but... Why did I have to open my mouth? I mean, fuck, is Leonardo dead? Who misses with a 94? 2110 speed. Well, he lives, but he's gonna take a lot of damage. 6, 21 attack by 6. I think he barely lives. Yeah, good job, guys. This is the problem with the Dog Brigade. Actually, he might attack Aaron or Eddie because they can't fight back. Honestly, that's just really... This whole chain of events will just be really funny, because... First, the archer tried to bait me in and just got an axe to the head, and now... Oh shit, I just recognized. Aaron, you motherfucker. I'm never punished. I swear to God, I'm never punished. Oh, that's... Well, Nolan can block this tile and then they can't move, but... well, Aaron, go finish the job. Shit, I feel like I'm playing XCOM. This is just... Oh my god, that's even worse. Eddie, go. Kill. I'm not risking an 89 if Aaron misses a 94. Spamming sacrifice. Yeah, I need to do that more often, but bonking people on the head with fanny drums is just so expensive. Yeah, I was doing a pretty good job of that last chapter, but I kind of fell off the wagon a little bit with it. I think I got a good chance here because these guys are just fenced in. Thanks to old Nolan here. It's pretty basic. It's pretty common tactic that gets used as just this EXP train right here. Usually kills will work more, but Makai's level 7, so it's kind of worth it. She could also sacrifice on So because he's kind of holding down the portal right now. Although I'm pretty sure these two guys die because this guy doesn't have another attack target. And yeah, I can't get Aaron over there, so I might as well just use him for this. Good job. I forget who it was, but there were some units I used in my Path of Radiance playthrough that just found convenient ways to miss randomly. Yeah, target. Gonna send you. Just move in a straight line. I use it when I can't get it. That makes sense. Which case in point is right now, actually. Because I don't want her to take this javelin on the chin, even though I think she can actually take the hit. Yeah, you've got an herb, but I think I'm fine with that. Hyper Investigator. It's a cool strategy, honestly. Even on hard, I think it could be viable. Just because of the promotion bonuses that you get from both of her promotions and them being just so bonkers. Can you help me out here? I don't know. 18 to... I think she has... Oh, she only has 3 points, but... I mean, that could be funny, but... I think it's better if... Curious. Well, this tree is blocking me, so... And yeah, most of the time it's probably easier if I do this. I did all that work for that. Hey, Vincent is great in endgame. And if Micaiah gets a lot of magic, she can basically be your primary healer there. I mean, I've done that twice, although I don't really recommend it because having another healer besides Micaiah turns out very beneficial in Ew. Ew, yeah, no thanks. You can shove really out of wall. This is still risky, but it's slightly less risky. Although if I muck up and... He'll probably run away. That's a javelin user, and... Okay, maybe I should have just killed him. Honestly, I feel like maybe I should have just killed him, but you know what? We're committed to it. It's a slight mistake, I know. Thankfully, lightning doesn't... That's the magic. This joke is good. Gotta get out of here. I gotta work tomorrow. Yeah, me too. It is only like 7 o'clock here, so yeah. Hopefully, I don't get randomly crit out of nowhere. That happens sometimes. It's Fire Emblem. But yeah, before you go, I go live on Mondays. Usually is the plan for this. So around this time, I should be probably neck deep in chapter 5 or 6. See ya. Anyway, back on my own again. Yeah, the only thing I've got left to do at this point is get the heck out of Dodge, which... Oh, right. There is this feature in action. Even if Aaron misses, this guy can't do anything. He's not gonna miss. He made that mistake once. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much what I expect out of Aaron. Just getting, like I said, getting the ball rolling with him is pretty critical to actually making it work. Oh, I forgot about those games. Two stealing users. Decently tanky. Yeah, this guy's got lower durability, so we're gonna chop. Hit him in the head. But neither of these guys are carrying. Aaron's the one that I'm admittedly trying to feed kills to right now because he has the hardest time getting them. Although, and Edward, yeah, they're too far in position and these thickets are just blocking me. What I might do is just put Nolan here and stall for time. Because what I can also probably do is bait this fighter in. Anyway, do I need to... Well, I could steal another hand axe. Or I could steal is the steel axe too heavy? 15 to soak 18 strength. So I can actually steal that, so... Let's go ahead and trade some stuff over. Because if I play my cards right here... Shove it back. And these guys can't hit me, so it's gonna be probably easy pick for a couple of minutes, or in a couple seconds. I don't think there are more reinforcements that come from up here. There are reinforcements, like I said, that come from that door. I just don't remember what door. It might be next, honestly. You guys stay right there where I can see you. Wait, they're going after Soap because he has no weapon. Okay, this is starting to get a little annoying. Okay, thank you. Kills. Oh, you're moving too, and they're the Soaps. Okay, so gotta mop all three of these guys. I gotta mop both of these guys up, and then I think if Soap stays here. Now, I didn't talk about this archer yet, but this archer is very annoying just because of his longbow. 2 or 3 ranks, so 1, 2, 3. He's effectively covering this zone. He doesn't move because he's standing on the escape, but Sylph will get attacked by the longbow user, unless I can do that, actually. And that is a free steel axe, which is very handy. So, Edward can only fight this guy, Leonardo can only fight this guy. Aaron can fight this guy, but I think the best strategy is going to be... I need to re-equip Sylph's weapon, because otherwise I think he dies here. He really might die here. Okay, I gotta be careful. I think it's better if... I kinda need to get the heals with Laura. This is kind of bad positioning on my part, now that I think about it, just because... Yeah, I can't get people in here in order to assist, which is something that I really need to do. I guess what I can do is wall these guys off with yeah, I can get Nolan out here with his hand axe and then wall these guys off. And then from there, just focus on taking this guy out. Yeah, I can delay this strat by 1 turn, effectively. Or I can delay getting the steel axe by 1 turn. Now, if the guy goes back and equips it, that's just pictures, but honestly, I might want the hand axe more. So it can steal either weapon, and... Yeah, with any luck, there's definitely a way to just solve the Rubik's Cube puzzle here that results in me getting the most XP, but... Okay. Yeah, that's a load of gold, but... At any rate, I guess Edward can contribute with the Wind Edge if I really want to, but the easiest thing to do is probably to just attack this guy from melee range with Micaiah, as weird as that sounds. He doesn't need one shot or anything. Yeah, she lives with 1 HP. So, Aaron can move here to block, which I think is the best use of this time. Also in terms of targeting. Let's put you guys in these tickets right here. Because, yeah, I'm going to need Nolan to pivot back up here, or I can probably... Alright, hang on a sec. Let's bet on this. Because this guy is basically now my main target. Although, hang on, you have 6 move, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on, I think I screwed this up. Because I think I have to wall off, and then from there, yeah, people can't get hurt, so... I was so close to getting this right. And by that I mean right completely. Now, the only thing I can kind of bank on is... Yeah, regardless of what I do here... I think regardless of what I do here, I have to shove. Micaiah's getting attacked no matter what, but I think she can... Let me check. 21 attack to 3 defense. Yeah, it's the same situation as last time. She lives with 1 HP, even if she gets hit. And I don't think that guy can double. 10 speed to 9, no. He does have the strength so that he's not weighed down by a hand axe, but he still can't. But yeah, Laura does not get hit if I do this, and that's more important. Actually, wait. I'm a genius. Oh, I love it. So yeah, now I think Nolan or Aaron gets hit, which is preferable. Much, much more preferable. This is me being the greediest SOB that I can think of, and wait, no, now Amy's gonna get hit. Ooh, ow. You're fine. It's just an axe. It's just one axe. Come on. Okay, well, you need to die immediately. That much is certain. Eddie, what can you do? What magic can you do? You got not much. That's a little bit tragic. Well, I can scoop up that hill, and yeah, now I got these two to worry about, but if I remember right, the thicket might protect me going the other way, and even then, I think I can free up Nolan to make sure that he doesn't get hit, or free up Nolan to make sure he can block the hits. I think I'm gonna wait on that and get back to me. I'll get back to you. Anyway, you can really help soften this guy up for me because I'm great against Myrmidon, Skill Wizard. And even if he crit, he would still live. Anyway, I need to... I'll get this one with Edward instead, because, yeah, that's 296. I don't like that. I like 100s. Still worked out okay. Very, very Edward level up. We are getting ways to handle that soon, but it's not immediately obvious. I mean, at this point, the gloves are off. I can even swing one because I just went off about this game earlier. Anyway. We need to get you guys out of this lane of traffic as fast as possible. Not there, probably. Well, Leonardo, you can go over the head of the line. I didn't know that these guys could take a hit on the chin. That's very nice to see. But at the same time, don't shove, because that will immediately end the run. Where are you exactly? Actually, wait, just do that. No, do this, because that'll... My concern is that she'll cut or try to get to that target by going to this tile. But honestly, at this point, that's preferable to whatever the hell else. Whoop, nope, don't risk you. Because this way, I think that if this ally plays turn... Okay, good. Yeah, because if that plays out correctly, then... Yeah, this guy attacks Edward. He's got a pretty good chance to hit him. He hit Edward, he accounted for that. Yeah, so Nolan's blocking these guys off. I got this guy's steel axe, so we are not going to be lacking in terms of firepower here for the foreseeable future. And at this point, I need to start thinking about how to run this. Now, this is a pretty risky move because of these archers. And also the sword, but frankly, I don't need that as much. I need to make sure that 6 move, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. It's close. Worst case, I could shove Micaiah back with Soap, which I might do. That just leaves you, which is... I have to kill this guy. He's too dangerous to be left alive, and I can't use Nolan because he's... What am I doing? Okay, he can contribute if he needs to, but I kind of don't want to because he's better served blocking off these soldiers. Although backing up one tile is also important anyway, so let's just do this and see what happens. Nice. That gives me a lot of freedom. Holy frick, what is going on? Yeah, I'm the opposite of straight screwed, at least today. My life might change tomorrow, I don't know. Anyway, Aaron, you're probably gonna see combat first. You, I'm just gonna bonk on the head here. Good job. You're gonna take care of this guy. I don't care about the vulnerary steal. This kill is way more important here. Nice. Again, unnecessary, but just seeing him leapfrog around is just so entertaining. Anyway, Edward, you can leave, so why don't you... am I going to need him at all? I don't know. I could have Aaron with a javelin soak some shots, but... Oh, this guy can't even get to me, so... I'll just have Aaron, and I won't escape with Edward quite yet, just because there's a chance that I could use him. I'll probably be escaping with Leo. Okay, nobody leaves yet. Nobody leaves yet because these guys need to be dealt with. These guys, okay, they just have steel lances, so they'll go down pretty easily. This. I'll get the keys over. Just to bounce back a little bit. If I have to steal something again, then, or if I can steal something again, I'm gonna try to take advantage of it. Yeah, I don't like these things. I've been getting immense... Ooh, okay, we're doubling. Steel lances are heavy, but... Like I said, I think Brolin's online. Or as I said, like... Possibly. These guys were all gonna aggro. I think this guy just made a terrible life choice. Oh, he most certainly did. Bad life choice. Alright, Nolan, I think you're done. Why don't you... We're gonna have you wrap up early, because at this point, all that's left of these two archers here, and pretty sure I can just find a way to bash these guys in the head here in order to smash them. Eddie, what if your unnecessary crits with me? Don't bank on crits. That's okay. That's fine. That's forgivable. So might have to kill this guy in the back, because otherwise we're gonna have a problem, but... Yeah, he might do. Although, neither is... Oh, this guy's a vulnerable this game. I might want to do that just because it saves me money, so... The problem is, this guy is the easy one to kill. This is the guy at the... This guy at the back is the one. Because, yeah, Micaiah can barely reach him, Aaron can reach him. In fact, I think these two can convert pretty easily. I might as well... Yeah, let me make sure that I can commit to this, because these guys are, like I said, pretty freaking deadly, but... Yeah, no, that's a... Combining for a kill here is probably the smartest thing to do. Then there's Yogi Spooky, and... The only reason I'm using Leonardo, actually, is because, well... it's currently safe to do so, and if this misses, I do have a backup plan, so... Good job. Is that his first level up, or his second? No, it's his second. You never fail to disappoint, at least. Anyway, since we're done here, why don't we go ahead and save it? Anyway, I am a little worried about, like, a fringe weird condition here, because this went surprisingly well. Like I said, turn 16, this is definitely the longest the map has taken, but that's kind of expected. So, I'm going to start getting everybody out. Because I think this map, at least, you actually get bonus experience for everybody that escapes before Micaiah. I could be wrong about that, but it's still just a good practice to do that. And yeah, thankfully, if you direct them to the escape tile, they will leave right away. And at 17 turns, the map is completely clear. I will mention that I think this is the first map that hidden items can appear on. In fact, one where that archer was standing... There's one where that archer was standing earlier, I think. The one all the way up on, like, the northernmost tile of the screen that's surrounded by 3 walls. I think there's one there, but... Let's get out of here. That is another revenge taken on something that plagued my earlier years. Thank you so much, all of you. Because of your bravery, I can finally rejoin my merchant caravan. Still, coming back to Navas, I'm stunned at the terrible state of things. Who would have thought that Benyon would rule with such an iron fist? They run your nation with boundless cruelty, looting the towns and sending your able-bodied men to camps. It breaks my heart. They make me miss Ashnard, Dane's late Mad King. Hello, George. And I never thought I'd say that. At least he never tried to destroy Crimea as a country. You know, honestly, like, I kind of don't like this whole, oh, he wasn't such a bad person, but yeah, no, George has a point here. What do you mean by that? People make a country. One person, even a noble king, does not a country make. Also, hi, Daniel. And a strong country only exists when its people are strong. As Benioff crushes the citizenry, it slowly destroys Dane. The dastards will treat Dane like a nation of slaves. If this persists, Dane's strength will be sapped, and the nation itself will cease to be. Then, what should we do? What can we do to save our country? There is a rumor. If it's true, then there might be hope. Look here, George. Don't go spouting off rumors. Also, Austin. No, I want to know. If there's a shred of hope for us, tell me. Well, the rumor is that King Ashnard left an orphan behind. Really? Is that true? King Ashnard had a child. Why have I never heard of this? It's just a rumor, nothing more, but if it's true, it would be a strike of great fortune for Dane. In the last war, Crimea used a scion of the royal family to unify its people and rally a liberation army. So could Dane. And it drives out that loathsome thing. So where is this orphan? According to rumor, he's in the east, near the Desert of Death, trying to raise an army to lay claim to the throne. Shall we go there? Micaiah, what do you think? In the desert, an important encounter awaits us. It shall be one that changes the shape of our future. Well, that's it then. We must go to the desert to meet our destiny. And yes, you actually do get her escape. Also, friendly army fought. That's ridiculous. So yeah, one of the bonus experience requirements, and we actually got a lot of bonus experience out of that. That was very worth it. That was worth missing the turn bonus, which I think is actually... It's somewhere in that 10 to 12 range, and you really have to be aggressive, which, frankly, I don't know how to do on this map without a lot of just chicanery and other nonsense. You have to forgo the other bonuses, which, yeah, as you can see, that's easily worth it to have everybody escape first, so... Yeah, at least I got my intel right there. Anyway, friendly army fought is if you have ally or, in some case, green units, which we haven't run into quite yet, if you have them fight, the experience that they would quote-unquote gain is instead converted into bonus experience. So, yeah, not only am I never punished, I'm not quite rewarded for it, but you get the idea. Anyway, we'll continue on here for a little bit. It is getting kind of late, so I do want to wrap up a little bit, but we'll continue ahead to Chapter 4, A Distant Voice. There's no map commentary on this one either. I don't know what was going on here, but... Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Best feature. Not only can we finally access our inventory, and I'll do a little bit of management here, but just listen to this theme. This theme is called The Task at Hand in the Radiant Dawn soundtrack, and it is one of my favorite tracks in the entire game. It's so good. It's so relaxing, and you get it for most of the game, too. From this point forward, before every chapter, we will have access to the base. Well, almost every chapter. I think there's a couple of instances where we're just thrust right into the swing of things without a chance to prep up at the base, but those instances are pretty few and far between. Anyway, I'm gonna I always like double, triple saving here. We will be going over some of the base stuff next time. Usually I will do some of the base prep so we can jump right into the chapter the moment that we start the next screen, but this break is a little bit important because I can actually explain a lot of stuff. Well, except for the library. I guess I can show this off, the records. I won't be showing off characters here because this basically spoils the entire plot. You fill this in once on a playthrough, and it stays filled in for every single playthrough afterwards, which is just really funny. But over in the records, this is where we can see who... Oh, wow, I got MVP twice. Yeah, this is where we can see things like how much bonus experience we've gotten. You can't see how many turns you've taken, but the MVP it's kind of a neat feature. This is very similar to what Soren showed off at the end of every chapter at the beginning in Path of Radiance, but we have access to it right now, so... And thankfully, we can view it as many times as we want. It's not a one-and-done thing. I don't know if that was the case in Path of Radiance. That is maybe one of the more boneheaded decisions of theirs. But yeah, I won't be showing off the library from this point forward, because like I said, we're going to be checking MVP, and that's it. I'm not going to show up the character library, whatever the hell, until the very end of the game. Anyway, that is as good of a time as any, I think, to just wrap up. Let's go find somebody to raid. Unfortunately, I have to turn off the music. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that was a lot of fun, honestly. I'm really glad I got to play it. But since we're clocking in at the 4-hour mark, I figured now's a pretty good time to wrap up. My plan is to do at least chapters 4 and 5 tomorrow, but I have no idea what I'm going to be doing after that. I'm trying to see. I want to clock in. I want to check in with somebody who is a pretty big fan of the series, so... Masay's actually still going, which is interesting. Eileen is still going. Could raid into her. John's doing spirit tracks. I never thought I'd see the day. Because, God, that game is so slow to start, but... I'm thinking pretty hard here. There's some people that I forgot I followed, but there's nobody live that's playing this. I would normally raid into them, but guys like Maximus Sage that I've raided into in the past are... Yeah, they're not here at the moment. You know what? Let's raid Brooke. I've never raided her before, and it could be good. She normally likes Fire Emblem games, although, if I remember right, I don't think she's playing anything other than the new ones. She's playing some Paper Mario right now, which I might not stick around for because she's on Chapter 7, I think, and I'm only on Chapter 2. I really need to help. I really, really need to play that game more. Anyway, yeah. I guess see you next week if everything goes correctly.